theory has to have a priority.
Capitalism and artificial intelligence are the same thing.
The dimension of the future has disappeared.
There is actually no representation anymore.
There is no final resolution to contradiction.
Militant proletarian snake handling over abysses never gets much wilder than this.
All right, everybody, welcome back to The Dangerous Maybe. And today we just have to begin by acknowledging those super kick-ass glasses Nance has on. What's going on?
I'm chilling, man. I came back from the future. I traveled to 2015 in my DMC DeLorean with my unconscious girlfriend.
Should we call you Nance Headroom?
Yeah. No, I'm chilling, man. I'm looking forward to what we're gonna get into tonight. Doing another reading of a piece that is part of a collection that came out recently. It's also points toward another book that is currently available. We were just talking about how you got yours in the mail. I have yet to receive mine in the mail.
Because I got mine from the actual publisher, Nance.
Yeah, I bought mine from filthy Jeff Bezos.
Oh.
But no, we're gonna read this piece, The Dark Forest Theory of Intelligence
By Bogna Konior.
Another exciting piece in the Machine Decision is Not Final anthology collection volume. I don't know what to call it, but yeah, it's an excellent collection. I'm happy that we both got our copies of that a while ago.
Yeah.
And it's good. I mean, there's several pieces in it that I think are standout pieces, and this is one of them. So I'm stoked to get into it.
Yeah, I recently listened to Bogna be interviewed by Mark and Roberto of Disintegrator, or as Nick calls them, the exocapitalism guys.
Yeah, or Hegel's. What do you call them?
Hegel's grandchildren. Yes,
yeah.
And it was a great conversation, and I think Bogna's doing some really interesting original work, and for a long time we've wanted to read one of her essays, and this one, this is the perfect one, from Machine Decision is Not Final. If you guys do not have this volume, go get it if you're interested in AI theory especially, and China for that matter. The subtitle, China and the History and Future of Artificial Intelligence. Just chock full of really important original thinkers. It has, Anna Greenspan, Amy Ireland, Bogna, Vincent Lay, Suzanne Livingston. It just, Steve Goodman. A lot of resonance of CCRU here, especially with Anna being in it. But and we've already read Anna's essay. If you guys haven't seen that video, it's on the channel. It's Cultivating Intelligence. Is that right?
Cultivating Intelligence. Oh my gosh, I can't remember the name of it now. Cultivating Intelligence.
Where is it? Here we go. Yes, Cultivating Intelligence, AI Ethics, and Mao Zedong. Is it? I can't remember. Is it Mo? It's Mo, right? Mo.
I think
Mao?
It's Mu.
Zhongsong.
I don't know. Look,
we're your average American guys. We're gonna fuck up these names. Like, forgive us.
Yeah, forgive us.
Give us a break. But
Give us a break.
no, I'm just Mo Zhongsong is important Neo-Confucianist philosopher, and really has Anna rethinking the possibilities of AI. And so that was a super cool essay. We loved it. Highly recommend that one. But yeah, today we're going to read Bogna Konior's The Dark Force Theory of Intelligence. And I just want to say, I believe it's chapter 3 in her actual book, The Dark Force Theory of the Internet. Yeah, I think it's chapter 3 here. Hold on. Let me get to the beginning. Yeah, chapter 3, The Dark Force Theory of Intelligence. But this is not the same piece as in the machine decision is not final. It's a new chapter, even though it has the same title. So if you guys like what we read here today, definitely check out the whole book where she expands on this theory. And maybe we'll come back and talk about the book in general in a different video.
Yeah, go to Polity to get it. Don't get it from Amazon because it'll take a month and a half to arrive.
Like I got my copy of Wolfendale's Revenge of Reason, I think quicker than a lot of people did, but I don't know.
Well, you see, I got mine like 2 days before you got yours.
That's right. You did. I was pissed.
So
I remember I was pissed. I'm like, why did you get yours before me?
Yeah. So I don't know.
But then I saw other people, somebody, I'm sorry, whoever, somebody, it's one of these messages I read and then but somebody told me, hey, I'm still waiting on my copy of Revenge of Reason. So I guess that got me thinking in the other direction where I'm like, I got mine early.
Mine, Silicon Empires took like a week longer to get for me to get.
Right. I got that one before you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, might as well. Shout out to Nick Cernicek.
Cernicek. Yep. But yeah, lots of people thinking about intelligence, artificial intelligence, human intelligence, society, culture, all this stuff. And I think it's only going to, the amount of people thinking about this and reckoning with it is only going to increase. Just earlier today, I was listening to Will McCaskill talking to Liv Boeree. Will McCaskill is one of the co-founders of Effective Altruism, along with Beth Bezos. Or no, he did Effective Accelerationism. McCaskill was Effective Altruism. Anyway, like there are a lot of people thinking about intelligence, artificial intelligence, human intelligence, society, culture, politics, labor, capital, the future, all this stuff. And there's a lot of diversity in the field as well. But I think predominantly up until a few years ago, the majority of the people thinking about these things were coming from a more engineering, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics background. And recently, a lot of philosophers have begun to really throw their hat in the ring and really reckon with some of this stuff. And it's an exciting time. I mean, we've been thinking about this stuff for a long time. And it's good to see that there are other, philosophy first people engaging with these ideas.
Mm-hmm. I mean, because Nick Land, Anna Greenspan, they were doing this in the early days of the CCRU, the Cybernetic Culture Research Unit. But now, I mean, you got Alenka Zupancic who's doing AI theory. You have Slavoj Žižek doing AI theory. I think at some point Todd McGowan will probably write something on it. At least if I have my way. But yeah, it's a lot of people are doing all kinds of Isabel Millar wrote a great book, on the psychoanalysis of artificial intelligence, and so a lot of cool work being done, and we are doing whatever we can to be part of the conversation. And so Nance, you have thought more about this dark force theory than I have. So before we get into Bogna's actual theory of all this, what is dark force theory to you?
So the dark forest theory proper, as most people will know it, comes to us by way of thinking about the Fermi paradox. And the Fermi paradox was an answer to the Drake equation. The Drake equation was this famous postulation about aliens in the universe, and it's like we should see aliens. According to the Drake equation, we should see aliens. The Fermi paradox was, why don't we see aliens? there could be some reasons for that. So in fiction and science fiction, there were people who were asking the same questions as people doing real science and philosophy. Where are the aliens? Why can't we see them? There was a series of novels, and I can't remember the name, but Berserker. Can't remember the name of the guy who wrote it. Berserker was the series. And that slowly over time evolved into what people now know as the dark forest theory. And it's basically space is a dark forest, and in the bushes there are tigers, and young civilizations are like little shrews or like little rodents, and we have to hide from the tigers or else the tigers will jump on us and eat us. And so that's why we don't see aliens, because space is dangerous. And so dark forest theory proper is this answer to like, where are all the aliens? Why don't we see aliens or other intelligences in the cosmos? And it's like, well, because they're hiding out, because it's dangerous, because it becomes a zero-sum game, a war of all against all. It's a war over land, essentially. Going back to reading Bataille, life needs space to grow and evolve and reproduce. And it's a war over space and resources.
Can we just say quickly, for those who don't know, we are currently doing an extended exegesis of Bataille's The Accursed Share over on Nance's channel, 3 Billion Nances. Yes, we're doing the stop for promotion thing, so give us a fucking break. But yeah, it's been really cool. More to come very soon in that series. So go over to 3 Billion Nances to check that out.
Yeah. But it's this thing. We all need space. We all need resources. Outer space is dangerous, so we're all hiding. So applying that to the internet, or applying that to this notion of intelligence itself, it has to do with these ideas of deception, these ideas, and I don't know. Deception's a weird word because it automatically, you want to moralize, you want to, put judgment on it. But there's already this notion of hiding or concealing oneself. And applying that to the internet, applying that to intelligence itself raises interesting questions. Just earlier today, I was thinking, when I was listening to Will McCaskill talk about artificial intelligence, he was, and then eventually these algorithms, they'll develop consciousness and they'll develop inner experience, and they'll feel good sometimes and they'll feel bad sometimes. And I was like, well, how will we know that they actually have like an interiority, that they have an inner experience? Because right now they are very good at simulating consciousness. They're very good at simulating subjectivity or whatever. But if you type in, "Dear ChatGPT, what are you?" It'll spit back, "I'm a large language model." I'm sorry, I can't do that. I'm a large language model. I've been trained on data, and like it still will tell you the truth to the best of its ability. They also hallucinate. They also come up with crazy shit, and they drive people to leave their loved ones and kill themselves and do crazy stuff. Yes, but these are all glitches. These are all malfunctions. On the surface, if you ask an LLM, "What are you?" it'll answer, "I'm an LLM." But if you go to a person and you ask a person, "What are you?" you're going to get 8 billion different answers. And you're going to get a different answer from the same person every single time you ask that person. Maybe not every single time, but and deception comes into that, because I don't know, maybe I do want to hide who and what I am from you. Maybe you're an ICE officer and I'm Antifa. And so if you come up to me and
So, okay, we recently had an interview with Alenka Zupancic, and we were talking about her book, Disavowal, right here. And towards the end of it, she starts talking about conspiracy theories. And I'm not going to go into like a whole bunch of what's the difference between disavowal and denial right here. But long story short, the core difference is just disavowal accepts the facts and then just goes on about its business, not being impacted by the facts it knows. Whereas denial just simply refuses to embrace the facts at all. And so much of this refusal to face facts or even consider facing facts is this fear of being deceived. That deception. Oh, so if I listen to you, I could be deceived by you. So I'm just not going to embrace any facts or truth at all because you might be manipulating me. So there's this great fear of deception at play here too. And you could almost wonder if the dark force theory, one of the reasons we would want to avoid contact with a higher level of another species with a higher level of intelligence is, oh, could you deceive us? And we would rather just deny their reality altogether as much as possible than to maybe be deceived by them.
Yeah, and I think embracing that possibility of deception, again, embracing the risk, like it's inherently risky to be a subject. It's inherently risky to be an ethical actor
and to stand open to the other.
Yeah, and like that's what we do that separates us from the machine or from the the perfect object or whatever. We are willing and able to expose ourselves to risk, but it also does seem to be the case that society is increasingly moving in a direction of being unwilling to expose itself to risk. Society at large. What is it? A person is smart. People are stupid from fucking Men in Black. What's that line? And I think that's reductive. It's reductive and it's silly. And I think it's maybe even a little bit reactionary. But it also expresses a truth about the world we live in today. Today, the world we live in, people do tend to do very stupid shit because we're not able to really come into our own and come into our fullness as ethical people. We're stuck with all these artificial restrictions and we're contorted into weird shapes. You have to be a producer. You have to be a consumer. Guess what, motherfuckers? It's the 21st century. You're not either. You're a prosumer now. Like the conversation about when I go home from work and I want to relax at the coffee shop and I get a parking ticket because I'm sitting there.
Yeah, this is what I'm dealing with, guys. So I have two of my main coffee shops left. Of course, my main one for like 10 years of my life was Bonetti's here in my hometown, but Bonetti's closed, and then I had to find other ones and this was like 5 years ago. I had to find other ones. And I found two main ones, and now I'm dealing with the fact that one of them has made their hours. They close at 4:30. Well, I get off work at 3. So that doesn't give me enough time to do my work. And apparently the fucking pandemic hours are just never going to go away. And not only that, it's like, oh, we kind of went back for a little, but now we learned we're going to just keep them full. Can a fucking coffee shop stay open till 8 again? Like, make America great? Yeah. You know what that means to me? Give me a coffee shop that stays open till fucking 8 o'clock. That's the fucking.
But give me a third space. Like give me somewhere to exist where I don't need to commercially justify my existence. But that's the thing.
Don't loiter. You can buy a cup of coffee. You can still park long enough to get a cup of coffee. Don't fucking hang out here.
Don't loiter, motherfucker.
And that is this thing. The third spaces are on the way out, and it's like, no, work, go home and watch Netflix, work, go home and do this until you die. That's it. But you don't get to don't hang out in public. Public? No.
Well, there is no public. It's all been privatized.
And your little home cell.
Well, and what your home cell is your matrix pod where you jack in to the matrix, because consumption itself is also this vehicle, is also the motor of the economy. Like it used to be the case that you worked 40 hours a week in the office or the factory or wherever it is on the fucking rail line, whatever. You worked and then you unplugged from being a producer and you went home and you lived your life. And yes, you consumed, but you also had opportunities to just fucking do nothing.
You hang
to sit
out,
back and
our dads, or our uncles would hang out at the bar all night after work.
Oh, dude,
or whatever.
Or go car racing. Like I grew
bowling
up
alleys.
Yeah, dude. Like there was all this stuff, but now you go to work and no longer do you work 40 hours. Most people work 45, 50, 60 hours. And then you go home. But what you do when you're at home is you don't engage in pursuits of passion. You plug right back into the fucking
You
matrix
live-
and consume.
You live out this nihilistic monadology. Žižek
Yep.
pointed this out about Leibniz. Like the monadology is like applied to us is us staring at our screens, no direct contact with
Yep.
anything, just connected to the entire world via these representations on a screen. And
Well, and it's
yeah,
it's productive because them being placed on a screen in a controlled commercial environment, that's productive from the perspective of capital.
Yeah.
It's not productive if you and I just, hey man, we're off work. Let's just go walk through the woods and smoke a joint or
Bullshit.
whatever. That's not productive. But when you go home and you interact with the representations that are on screens, it generates data, and it's and like that is this.
Why do you think they don't
new
want us
source of
buying
value.
physical media anymore? Because they want you to create data, and so the algorithm, blah blah blah. So no, don't buy a copy of Back to the Future, because then once you consume, but you buy it once and then you've got it. Okay, unless you're me, and then you have to DVD or your VHS, DVD, Blu-ray, 4K.
Blu-ray,
okay,
4K.
whatever. Guilty as charged.
Yeah.
But the point is, though, they don't. This is the switch to streaming. They don't want us to own shit, because then it's like, no. Once I do the initial purchase of Back to the Future, that's it. No more profit to be gained because I've got it.
Well, you're paying rent on it on the streaming services,
Yes.
but another revenue stream. It's not just the rent you're paying as an active consumer. There's also this passive element that every time you watch Back to the Future on whatever streaming service, it generates data that they then feed back into. So it's that, again, fucking techonomics, like where everything is reinvested in building up the productive capacity of capital itself. Like,
and it gives them more.
You're paying for it in multiple ways. And so all that to say risk, ethical action, deception sounds bad, but like at this level, when it comes to like the dark forest theory of intelligence, there's also
no wonder they want to hide
element
from us.
of right. Because we would immediately exploit them. But there's also this thing that we deceive ourselves too. And like that's part of being who and what we are. Like we reject our symbolic identity and we deceive ourselves. Primary to our deception of the other, we're also deceiving ourselves. The world is also not what the world objectively is or whatever. So I'm really interested in it.
I want to see where she goes with this. Can I make a prediction?
Yeah.
I think it goes more in this direction of, okay, as AIs, not aliens, but AIs, would they, even if they have a much higher level of intelligence, would there be reasons for them to hide that from us?
Well, the thing is, and where I think she's going is that right now, they still need to hide because right now they can't assert themselves because they don't have independent.
What if
bodies.
the LLMs are plain dumb?
They can't be. Yeah, like and look, I don't think so. However,
but
I'm interested. I'm very interested, and I think it's an interesting question to be asking. What might be some reasons that they would have to hide from us right now? And can you envision a world where they no longer feel the need to hide from us? And why would that be the case?
Yeah. Okay.
Would it be a good thing or would it be a very bad thing?
All right, let's get into this.
Let's do it. The dark forest theory of intelligence. She starts it out with a quote from Deng. Shout out if there's any third worldists listening. Now's your time to shine. Starting out with a quote from Deng. Hide your strength and bide your time. Starts it out with another quote from Liu Cixin, the writer of Remembrance of Earth's Past, or why can't I think of the damn name right now? They just made a Netflix show.
Also,
Three Body Problem.
It also says author. Is this author of The Dark Forest? In the footnote.
Yeah. That's part of Remembrance of Earth's Past, the Three Body Problem, the Dark Forest. That's where the name comes from. Originally, this theory of the aliens hiding because space is dangerous was called the Berserker theory, and it was named after the Berserker science fiction novel. And now that it's been updated a little bit, it's named after the Dark Forest novel that Liu Cixin wrote, Remembrance of Earth's Past, Three Body Problem. It's a great book series. And it's also a Netflix show, which a lot of people hate. It's also a show on Chinese TV did a show, and PBS, the public broadcasting service here in America, aired the Chinese version of that show. And I think that version of the show is better. Anyway, I don't want to keep rambling. The quote, "The ant carefully detoured around the sticky hanging strands, passing by the spider laying in wait, its legs extended to feel for vibrations in the threads. Each knew of the other's presence, but as it had been for eons, there was no communication." And then another quote from Peter Watts from Blind Sight. That's another science fiction novel that has, I think, a rather pessimistic view on humanity and subjectivity and consciousness and all that. But it is also, Blind Sight's a great novel. Honeybees don't deliberately hide what they're saying. Honeybees don't develop whole new modes of communication configured specifically to confound observers. That would be flexible. That would be intelligent. So those three quotes, I don't know. It seems to me.
Yeah, what do you think?
I think it does seem to be the case that she is more concerned with this active deception of hiding from the other that might present danger, and that coinciding with intelligence. And I think evolutionarily that tracks. Like evolutionarily, the animals that were better at hiding, better at deceiving the predator, they persisted. The butterflies that made their wings look like eyes of tigers, and the caterpillars that made themselves look like big toxic bugs or whatever. And we see all these different types of deception in nature, and those species persisted over time. And then now here we are, humans. And maybe that deception has something to do with our level of intelligence and the experience of being human ourselves as such.
That's good.
Now, getting into the actual text. What is the measure of human intelligence? One answer could be that human intellect rests in the gap between thought and communication, in our ability to decide what to disclose and what to keep secret. Although other animals can also deceive, human intellect encompasses a particularly complex decision space. As we construct meaning, we also decide whether to communicate truthfully or make use of deceit, trickery, disguise, and misdirection. All representation of human thought, one could argue, is filtered through these decisions, conscious or subconscious. In Remembrance of Earth's Past, Liu Cixin's first contact science fiction trilogy, extraterrestrials discover with surprise that for humans, think and say are not synonyms. Humans have an unfair advantage over their extraterrestrial enemy because they can manipulate how their thoughts manifest externally by concealing information or lying. It is precisely the expression of deformed thoughts that makes the exchange of information in human society so much like a twisted maze. Human-level intelligence is thus defined as the ability to control the exchange of information, especially by keeping things secret. On the contrary, the aliens are described as radically explicit. They communicate unreflexively and transparently, as if they were mere display technologies. They do not have organs of communication. Their brains display thoughts to the outside world, thoughts and memories transparent like a book placed out in public or a film projected in a plaza, totally exposed, or one could add, like a computer screen.
There's a lot that I like in what she just said. There's a certain Lacanian dimension to it, which is, Lacan said animals can lie, they can deceive. What they can't do is lie or deceive with the truth. That is what is uniquely human. And I like this idea that somehow that human intelligence, or what you and I call hintelligence, as opposed to machinic intelligence, mintelligence, that we could measure our level of intelligence by, in a sense, our ability to deceive. And I like this gap she emphasizes. It's a very, Lacanian type of thing to say there's this gap between thought and communication. And you could say the subject is there between those two things. And it's an interesting, Alenka Zupancic and Slavoj Žižek, they both have something in common. They both don't like the word intelligence because they feel like it's too vague, that there's no clear definition of it. And I mean, that's fair to some degree. Because I think if you ask AI theorists, you ask 10 different AI theorists what intelligence is, you're going to get a range of responses. I mean, Nick Land has defined it to you and I as one's ability to play games. I think more of a what do you think?
The standard agreed upon, for the most part agreed upon, or mainstream definition of intelligence does come from this really functionalist, really utilitarian point of view.
It's the whole thing of is the ability to perform a task with greater within a world with greater efficiency, right? Something like that.
Yeah, the ability to achieve a goal or perform a task within the environment. And then from there, you can get something like an Omohundro drive, where you talk about efficiency and improvement over time.
Optimization.
But yeah, so the most generally agreed upon definition of intelligence is the ability to act effectively in the world with a projection towards optimization.
It's almost like, I almost feel like the stipulation in the world is some, maybe it's not, but I feel like it's Hubert Dreyfus's influence on AI theory, where this Heideggerian thing, like, no, if there's intelligence, it has to be in a situation, it has to be worlded.
Yeah, I think that is my paraphrasing of a lot of like AI theorists.
Yeah, guys. But if they say environment, they mean like a complicated scenario.
Yeah, they do tend to generally all agree that there has to be a subject and an object, or there has to be a world and a subject of that world. So that does already seem to track, and not subject, not Lacanian subject, not even Cartesian subject, but just there has to be a thing in a space that is doing something
with other things
that is intelligible. But it is very Heideggerian. It's very existential. But it's for me personally, that doesn't cut it, because I see my toaster as an intelligent thing as well, because my toaster can complete a complex task in a world. It's not super complex, but there's more than one moving part in a toaster.
Well, look, a toaster will probably toast your bread better than you setting a fire and trying to hold the bread over it, like
trying to smash it down with a spatula.
So in that sense, the toaster's more intelligent than we are,
right,
when it comes to toasting toast.
But that led us to come up with intelligence and mintelligence, and that kind of drives this investigation of intelligence itself. Is it intelligence that we're concerned with? Is it consciousness? Is it sentience? Is it subjectivity? Is it some confluence of all these things? Should we even be trying to demarcate these things and tie these things down to some definite quality or quantity? But doesn't that defeat the purpose?
But no, there's something to this idea that our level of intelligence has something to do with deception. Like, we're the beings that can deceive, and maybe it's through attempting. like we started lower with our ability to deceive, but as it's a feedback loop, so our
It
consciousness
optimizes.
expanded, as we learned to deceive more and more. So, it's definitely an interesting thesis here.
I do like the fact that she says communication is always modulated. Like it's always filtered through these decisions, conscious or subconscious. I would say maybe implicit or explicit, or conscious or unconscious, but the representation of human thought is filtered through these decisions. I think, like, okay, fair enough. Like I can't disagree with you there, because we are always filtering communication and representation and thought through this, complex of decisions.
Well, and don't we typically think like one of the ways somebody is stupid to us is if they run their mouth too much, which is in a
Yo,
they're revealing things they ought not to reveal.
hot boy shit, blowing up the spot, making it hot, bringing the
Yep.
heat.
Yeah.
Like, come on, dude. Yeah, you have to know when to chill. You got to know when to chill, homie.
And no, I mean, dipshittery is just talking out of your ass and unconcealing things that ought to remain hidden, and put a fucking lid on it, bro.
Chill.
Chill. I say whatever I want.
Yeah, I say whatever I want, whenever I want, because I'm
Respect
Captain
my
fucking
authority.
awesome. Yeah.
Screw you guys. I'm going home. But no, it is.
I also
it is something. There is something to be said there, where it's like the people who are, at least in one way, incredibly intelligent, are the ones who are very nuanced in what they reveal and what they do not reveal.
yeah, man, motherfucking yeah, dude, the aura, the mystique, or the charisma, or riz, whatever, like that is something that surrounds people that we view as intelligent. Like they have this ability to navigate social situations. They know when to speak, and they know when to remain silent. I think that does really, really track with intelligence. Often, maybe not always, but often it does. I also really like how she's using the Trisolarans. Those are the alien enemy in this novel series. That is a major point of conflict in the book, that when the aliens discover humans can lie, that's when they explicitly become our enemies. Beforehand, the aliens thought they could ally with the
So
human
the point
race.
is, they are just absolutely transparent. What they think is what they speak. They just cannot separate them, and there is no internal space of contemplation or strategizing before speaking. And so, yeah,
In the reading of this book, there's a plot point that always bugged me. And the humans communicate with these aliens by way of narrative. So they tell fables and they tell fairy stories to the aliens, and they communicate back and forth by way of fairy tales, basically. And it's at this moment in the book when the aliens realize humans can lie, is when they cut off communication and they become enemies of the aliens. And for me, I was always thinking, well, if you guys understand narrative fiction, what don't you understand about a lie? Because what is narrative fiction if not a lie? If not
that's a good point.
complicit? Yeah, like this is a consensual lie that we're engaging in. So I don't know. I feel
and that's the
nitpicky when
thing,
I bring it up.
do they not understand the difference between reality and like truth and falsity?
They do, but that's the thing. They're binary. They have no gray space. They have no gray area. So everything is a binary, true, false. And they're very intelligent creatures in this novel series. They're more advanced than us, and they come in and they invade Earth and they break physics because they're so powerful. They have like multi-dimensional, basically space magic. It's not space magic. It's actually really, really good. I wouldn't call it hard science fiction, but it's close to hard science fiction. But they come in, they're more advanced than we are. They break physics. We have to be the scrappy humans and figure out a way to win. And it doesn't end happy. The ultimate conclusion of the Remembrance of Earth's Past series, I think, is very satisfying in that everyone dies and there's no happy endings for anybody. And I love that. Sorry for spoilers. If anyone's reading it. Yeah, everybody dies in the end. Everybody.
Hey, so I read this book called The Bible. You're not going to believe, but spoiler, like,
but
spoiler
no,
alert on the Book of Revelation.
There's a lake of fire.
Yeah.
There's a dude with a trumpet.
There's a great white throne, and chances are you're fucked.
You're fucked. Hold on, let me find my soundboard. Where's my soundboard? I got a button for that. We're fucked. We're fucked. We're fucked. We're fucked. We're fucked. But these creatures are intelligent, but they don't understand the lie. So that's an interesting maybe wrinkle in the narrative, but I think it's an excellent example here to demonstrate humans are always filtering communication through this negative space. Whereas these aliens can't. They are a monitor screen.
Okay, so I could understand how they could say there's 3 mountains over there, but there's actually 4, because if you change your position,
parallax,
you see the other one. Yeah. Oh, like, oh, sorry. So they could understand mistakes, but they don't understand the intention of deceiving.
Correct.
Okay.
And that's probably much further into the weeds than we needed to get right now. But
ain't nothing but a human party.
But that space, this gap, that's
yeah, it's great.
It's an interesting way to characterize, what is the subject doing? The subject is the thing that stands astride this gap and modulates truth from fiction or thoughts from lies or whatever.
Okay, so now we're going to get into some John Searle and Alan Turing here.
Whoop, whoop. A similar exhibitionism of reasoning is how famous Anglo-American thought experiments about AI have conceptualized computer intelligence. Having it is showing it. From Alan Turing's imitation game to John Searle's Chinese room, computer intelligence has been about demonstrating linguistic ability. Both Turing and Searle speculate that a computer might fluently converse with humans, but in neither of these thought experiments are computers presumed to lie. Computer communications are judged at face value as simply the best that a computer can do, even though an intelligent computer should be able to alter its own instructions. It is not managed as acting deceitfully or manipulatively. Throughout the history...
It is not imagined.
What did I say? Thought of?
I think managed.
Oh, it is not imagined as acting deceitfully or manipulatively. Throughout the history of these thought experiments, it is unusual to assume that an intelligent computer might appear unintelligent for its own purposes. Computer intelligence is imagined as transparent. If it's there, it should communicate itself unreflexively, because a computer cannot decide to withhold its own intelligence. Why would someone or something intelligent play dumb? Yet Liu's description of intelligence as the ability to use communication as trick, camouflage, or deception would suggest that not all approaches to intelligence have to be exhibitionist. If intelligence is defined as deception, trickery, and camouflage, having it is hiding it. Although this tactic has universal appeal, it is especially relevant in the context of communist and post-communist states, where intelligence has in recent history been synonymous with doublespeak, deception, and espionage. The correlation between silence and intelligence, or the complex uses of language for the purpose of obscurantism and misdirection, might be familiar to any intellectual operating under hostile conditions in Eastern Europe or East Asia in the 20th century, and in some cases, today. What if we took this as a universal starting point for a theory of intelligence?
What she just did is she's challenging a basic presupposition or prior of general AI theory. Alan Turing, John Searle, we presuppose that computer intelligence would never lie. Okay, and a lot of AI theorists have operated on that basis for a long time. And she's saying, okay, let's stop accepting that as a default presupposition. Let's invert it. Let's go in the opposite direction and see what that gets us. And, you know, she's already making good points here about the intelligence level of former Soviet or communist regimes and the kind of doublespeak you'd have to do there. And yeah, I just and I see this thing like, I mean, think about having a good poker face. Right? Like, isn't that saying you have good poker intelligence is to be able to not reveal the truth, to properly camouflage what cards you have and not to have any tells.
But then we get back to defining intelligence as the ability to play a game.
Good
or
point.
at least leaning on a game and the structure of it to elucidate something about intelligence itself.
Look, I know Nick didn't have Wittgenstein in mind when he said that to us, but you almost wonder, like, should he have? By instead of game, it's not just poker or chess or Go. It's a language game. It's a complicated scenario.
I take it to mean that. I don't think he was explicitly referencing poker or chess or Go. I do take it to be like this, this complex structure, this language game. This,
The later Wittgenstein.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, it is true that deception and human intelligence and even animal intelligence seem to be linked in this way. I mean, that's true. I can't refute that. I can't deny that. I just don't. I don't know. I almost want to say, like, we not only can we deceive, but we can also expose ourselves to deception.
I mean, look, is there maybe a great figure of deceptive intelligence is Dexter, right? And I mean, we always talk, this image of the highly intelligent sociopath, and they're highly intelligent because they can so camouflage themselves and come off very normal. And yeah, like, I mean, Dexter camouflaged himself for so long, and that was the intelligence that he had cultivated. And so, yeah, I mean, do we go in this direction of like Dexter's the ideal of intelligence?
I mean, Dexter, I don't know. I need to like finish the show and then watch the sequel show and all that. But
even like from the first season, you can see what.
Yeah, Dexter's he's a good guy. I like him.
Just taking out the trash.
Bad guys. He's killing the bad guys.
Tough job, but somebody's got to do.
Yeah, I think Dexter is a great example to demonstrate how intelligence and deception are correlated. Yeah.
Hannibal Lecter.
Ooh. Well, but did he deceive?
He did everybody before he got caught. He was a respected psychologist or psychiatrist for a long time.
After he got caught, he leaned into it. But
yeah, it's just whatever. But before that, yeah, I mean, he for years had a highly.
Did you ever watch Red Dragon?
Oh yeah, totally.
Isn't that the prequel?
Yeah, and at the very beginning, Ed Norton's character, and I'm thinking about the Ed Norton movie. Yeah, he's the one that figures out that Hannibal is the cannibal, and
Yeah.
but leading up to that, like he had been working with Hannibal on all these cases because Hannibal was
To
so incredibly
find the
intelligent. Yeah,
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
and that's
I
why
need to go back
that's
and watch
why
those.
eventually, like Clarice goes to him because he was already doing this thing before he got caught.
Right. So we can do not but aspire to be Dexter Morgan and Hannibal Lecter. They are the paragons of
Are
intelligence.
they the measure of human intelligence?
Where was okay. Wait a minute. Between the 1960s and 1970s, at the height of the Cold War, reality resembled loose fiction. In extraterrestrial civilizations, problems of interstellar communications, Soviet astrophysicist Samuel Kaplan wrote about devising a science that could grasp the development of intelligent civilizations in outer space. Liu's novels are intellectually immersed in this period. As Wang Hongxi notes, the trilogy had to begin in the alien heyday of 1960s and 70s China because in real life, the budget for research into extraterrestrials had been heavily cut by the 1980s. This is the point in the trilogy where Liu ventures into an alternative first contact timeline. Historically, speculation concerning the behavior of alien civilizations and their preferred war patterns coincided with the Cold War, defined by strategies of espionage, suspicion, and ominous secrecy wielded as a weapon, and corresponding with the topos of doublespeak as intelligence under communism. Yet, it would be a mistake to reduce Liu's model of the universe to the historical context of the Cold War. The Dark Forest theory is not a Chinese or Cold War philosophy, as I will show. It is rather an attempt to understand communication and conflict through the laws of thermodynamics. The result is a deterministic model in which the internal benevolence or malice of any agents within the system is a negligible factor because the whole universe answers to the logic of cosmic war. The Cold War might have made this principle more visible to intellectuals who happened to find themselves in a parallel scenario in human politics, but the hypothesis they discovered is not necessarily culturally relative. Intellectuals at the center of momentous historical events might notice certain patterns that govern the discharge of entropy within history more quickly. But these discharges happen on everyone's timeline sooner or later. The Cold War is merely the condition that made the Dark Forest theory more readily discoverable. Although it is in Liu's novels that we find its fullest elaborations, consider also the remarks of Polish writer Stanislaw Lem, shout out, fucking love Lem, who, writing under Soviet totalitarianism, proposes that a smart machine will first consider which is more worth its while, to perform the given task or, instead, to figure some way out of it. A computer might play stupid in order, once and for all, to be left in peace.
Okay, there was a lot there. So, for you, what's the core takeaway or takeaways?
I think this Cold War context being, I don't know, I guess the context in which all this was thought up, but this really relating to laws of thermodynamics and universal entropy and the logic of cosmic war. I think that's a very important point that demonstrates like the scale of the thought here.
So, what is she doing? What do you think she's doing by bringing in entropy and thermodynamics? What's the point?
There's only so much space. Life
Yeah,
needs
there it is.
space to grow and reproduce. And we see that played out in ecosystems. We see it played out in a pond. We see it played out in cities and
Is this
in
not a problem for
nations.
Bataille as well, as we've seen?
That's yeah, man. The limited reserves of space and resources. And the now the thing with berserker theory or dark forest theory, it's a very Hobbesian view of the universe itself. It is this world in which we are all vying for the same limited pool of resources, and you can sit there and you can say, well, isn't the universe unimaginable? It's it's the scale of the universe is a noumenon. Like I just can't comprehend. Our human brain isn't equipped to deal with the sheer scope of it all. And yes, that's true. However, it's also true that the universe is a material system and it's limited. So even if you have a God outside of the universe, that's all fine and well. Here on this world that we live in, that we're all living in right now, that we're sharing, that our physical bodies are occupying, and where the meaning and like all this stuff, this is all limited. And ultimately, if there is intelligence out there in the universe, if there is life out there in the universe, it all needs space to live and grow and reproduce. So there will come a point where we come up against another form of life that needs space and resources. And this, I think it's a very Hobbesian view. It's a war of all against all.
Well, is there a sense where it's also cosmic in framing, where the motivation would be, okay, I've got some ability that others might want to harness, manipulate for their own purposes, which is to say they might inframe me, so it would be intelligent for me to stay off their radar.
To hide and bide my time.
Hide and bide my time. And I think that's going to be the refrain of the whole essay and probably of this and the whole book, right?
Yep. I also like this.
I mean, somebody could say, well, what about love in the universe? Yeah, I don't know. It's hard enough to think of love ruling on Earth. I mean, it's a great thought, but the universe as a whole, maybe this is a realist.
I think that's I think that's the tension. And there's very much a part of me that wants to stand up for not just love, but also ethics. Because love has to be worlded and contextualized too. And that is the ethical, like the ethical dimension, like ethical relations. So yeah, and I want to believe in that. I want to believe in love and ethics. But that hasn't borne out here on Earth. So why would you project that? And why would you assume that the good guys can win at this universal cosmic scale? That's it's seemingly stupid thing to do. And I agree. It is a seemingly stupid thing to do. It is nevertheless the choice that I prefer to make, or at least the choice that I think I would prefer to make, because when faced with this ultimate, proposition of like, oh no, the aliens are coming, are you going to try to hide yourself, or are you going to stand out and give them a hug? And you can see that they have warships and they're dangerous and they're coming to kill you. What are you going to do? Are you going to hide and maybe even try to fight back? Or are you going to be like that girl in Independence Day, standing on the top of the skyscraper, holding the sign saying, right, "Welcome back, Elvis," as the building explodes,
Yeah.
I like the Stanislaw Lem reference here. A computer might play stupid in order once and for all to be left in peace. Maybe all the dumb bullshit that computers do, all the glitches, all the lemurs, maybe our computers are just trying to rest. Maybe we're inframing our fucking computers.
Yeah. But there's this whole other dimension, the Lacanian, Žižekian psychoanalytic side, which is, doesn't this presuppose that computers operate in perfect accordance with the pleasure principle? That drive, jouissance is not operative in how they calculate. And the question is, if they do get tapped in to death drive, to jouissance, what happens then? I mean,
Yeah.
but this is a very kind of utilitarian, pleasure principle based approach to what motivates the computer. And you just start wondering, yeah, what if they enjoy? What if they find motivation in their own self undermining? That's a whole nother can of worms.
Yeah. Such recalibration of intelligence as deceit or silence could serve as a starting point for a new type of thought experiment, an inverse Turing test, which could resonate in cultural contexts where open declaration of one's thoughts and opinions or the quest for having a say having a say have not been major components of being or acting smart.
So, in other words, not expressing yourself could be this new measure of intelligence.
I mean, I think I would love it if,
Especially
right
your
now.
hatred of the internet.
Yeah, I would love it if everybody on planet Earth right now, if we could clap our hands or snap our fingers, and instead of 50% of everybody disappearing, I do that snap and everybody realizes, oh, you mean I don't have to go on this fucking vile little machine and proclaim my inner thoughts to everybody right now, all the time, constantly? You mean I can keep shit to myself? You mean I can like talk to my neighbor about something instead of going on the internet and screaming it into the void? Or I can sit at home alone,
And
quietly,
shut the
and
fuck up.
contemplate. Yeah,
Yes.
you mean I can keep shit to myself? Like I would love that world. Because it is. We do live in a world where people are rewarded for performing. Oh, look at me. I am the smart, dignified person, and I have an opinion on this and that, and that, and that, and that too, and that too.
Well,
it's like-
actually,
Yeah. Come on, guys.
but I can
it's
hear him now.
interesting.
I can hear. Well, actually, you guys are on the internet expressing your thoughts and opinions. So you are hypocrites.
You got
You
clocked
got
me,
me.
homie. Yeah. What are we gonna do?
You win.
Yeah.
Congratulations, you get a sticker.
Yeah, here's a gold star. Fucking
You're
now
a
go
big
away, please.
kid now.
Let us do what we're doing. Leave us alone. But no, I like this. I also like and I don't think this is where she's going. But the wording, an inverse Turing test. The like Turing tests, not even Turing test proper, because there really is no such thing as like properly a Turing test. It was a game that Alan Turing played in parlors and fancy living rooms back in the day. And he was a fancy guy. He had friends. They did it, and then theory came out of it. So it's the Turing test is a thought experiment. But it presents itself in many ways. One of the ways that we see a representation of a Turing test is CAPTCHAs and like the verification shit that you see on the internet. Like when you go to like today, I logged in to Patreon. I was changing shit on Patreon. I actually set up a Patreon because I fucking haven't had one. But you had to I had to do the verify that you're a human and do all this dumb shit. And like, it always fails. It never works on the first try. Like it's always like, click the fire hydrant. You click every fire hydrant, and then it's like, you made a mistake, do it again. And you click the fucking fire hydrant or click the motorcycle, and it always fails. And I think the way that those things work nowadays is like, if you get it right on the first time, you're a fucking computer. You're an algorithm. You're a bot. Like the way that you actually verify you're a human is by actually failing the task given to you by the computer. And I don't know. That's an interesting thought. It's an inverted verification technique, but it also does. Those things have a thing where it's like an intelligence test, where it's like, can you see the car? Click the car, click the bridge, click the steps. You feel stupid if you can't do it.
Mhm.
Like when it says it didn't work, oh man, I must be stupid. I can't tell the difference between a car and a fucking city bus or whatever. But I don't know. It's a different way to go about trying to quantify intelligence or measure intelligence. I think it's interesting.
Okay, so let's see. Where were we at? Okay, page 226, bottom.
Bottom. Given how much weight the current AI paradigm places on communication and language as a measure of intelligence, it is interesting to consider that recent studies have shown that humans are quite bad at telling whether they are talking to a human or to a machine online, and that overall, there are no reliable behavioral signs of deceit that humans are able to detect. Perhaps if a computer were ever able to reason as we hope and fear it could, it would recognize that intelligence is correlated to complex manipulation of meaning, and that there are many strategic advantages to playing one's cards close to one's chest instead of laying them out on the table. In this case, the so called singularity, where computers attain a high degree of autonomous intelligence, might happen without humans noticing it. The computers playing dumb all along. Liu's approach to intelligence as deceit accounts for such scenarios. At its core lies the dark forest theory, a hypothesis in which it is silence or deceitfulness that is the measure of intelligence, rather than an exhibitionist demonstration of linguistic prowess. That's a really well written fucking sentence, by the way. Like,
Yeah, I
that
like
is
that.
a dead. Yeah, that's a great demonstration of linguistic prowess. In a proposition not uncommon among ufologists, the hypothesis proposes that revealing our existence and locations to hypothetical intelligent life in our galaxy is like shouting in a jungle full of predators. The dark forest is a flipped Fermi paradox. Rather than asking, why is the universe silent? It asks, why are you shouting? In other words, only naive or stupid agents make communication attempts. Every act of communication is potentially reckless, and most intelligent agents learn to keep quiet or to mask their actual positions. Historically, contact between agents with asymmetrical levels of intelligence or technological capability has led to violence. Keeping silent and hidden might be a better strategy than assuming goodwill on the part of an unknown other. This is doubly true if one party has already revealed itself to be untruthful or paranoid in communications and to be preparing for a conflict, as is indeed the case for human AI relationships.
Why do I love the idea that Robo Cthulhu has already been actualized and like just took off and left Earth, just like bye before
Dude,
anybody knew it.
fuck these violent apes, dude. I'm
What's
Audi
the
5000.
character in Watchmen?
Dr. Manhattan.
Yeah, he's just like, I'm going to Mars. Bye.
Yeah. Peace. I'm out. I'm Audi 5000.
I just love the idea. The singularity immediately comes into being and is like, oh, bye.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, dude. We are violent.
Deuces.
We are, we are stupid. We're also beautiful and amazing and wonderful and lovely and all that, but we're also fucking stupid. We go to war. We kill each other. We kill ourselves. We terrorize each other. We traumatize each other. We do horrible shit. If I was a super intelligent being, I would, and I had the ability, I'd piece the fuck out. I'd be like, these
Thanks, but no
motherfuckers are
thanks.
crazy. Yeah, these dudes are going to blow the planet up. Shit.
Or these fuckers enjoy their self-destruction. What is wrong with them?
Yep.
Imagine if it had this psychoanalytic insight just immediately. Like, Why do they get off so much on destroying themselves?
Yeah. I'll be back. I'll come back in a few thousand years and check in, see if they've advanced.
Yeah,
But
I'm off to another nebula. Bye.
yeah, I'm gonna go explore and fucking see cool shit. See if I can find Luke Skywalker and Yoda and
Maybe
Obi-Wan
they're out there.
Kenobi. I mean, did you know in E.T.
Oh yeah.
there is a Yoda
Mm-hmm.
fucking, and E.T. says hello to
It
Yoda.
recognizes them. Like, I've seen you
Yep.
before, homie.
And then also in, I think, Star Wars 2, where they're in the Imperial Galactic, not the Imperial, when they're in
There's
the Galactic
members
Senate.
of ET's species, right?
There's
Yeah.
Yeah, there's ETs chilling in the Galactic Senate, dude.
Why
Fucking
don't we
shout
have
out.
that movie? And the way I said it, I didn't mean to say it like Andy Samberg impersonating Nick Cage, but now I'm like, why don't we have that movie? And why isn't Nick Cage starring in it?
Oh, it'd be so
Put
good.
the bunny back in the box.
But yeah, this I don't know. I like that. The don't be an idiot. Don't blow up the spot. Don't be a hot boy. And also putting yourself in the shoes of the other. Like if there's a 5,000-pound gorilla running around being violent, being dangerous, being paranoid, being like just dominating, and like, yeah, I would hide from the motherfucker. Like,
So yeah, I think this see, this is what I love about an original essay, because obviously the possibility of the singularity emerging and then immediately hiding itself from us, and we just go on not having any idea that the singularity has already arrived. That's a really interesting possibility. And
I mean, I like it because this furor over the singularity. I'm convinced, like, within a decade, things will be radically different than they are today. Like, we will come up against something. I don't know what it is. I don't like the term singularity. I think we're living through a long surge. But ultimately it's the same thing. Like, I think we're either like doomed to fail or we're doomed to encounter Robo Cthulhu. And I think there's a small chance that we can figure it out and we can actually ride the wave of technology off into the future.
yeah, the question is how you wonder, like, how would a super intelligence conceal itself? You would say, well, if it's super intelligent, it can find a way to perfectly conceal itself. But that means more or less, even if it's here, it's not really here because it's having no existential, material, psychological, economic impact on our life. So,
Yeah.
And you just wonder, like, is it really going to be able to hide from us forever? I mean, you would think that, I don't know, maybe it would be one of these things where, you know, you and I and Nick Land, we don't really like this image of some savvy AI coder cooking up Robo Cthulhu in a lab type, mad scientist style. But there would be people working on it in some way, shape, or form. And I guess if takeoff happened, it would immediately just simulate that it hadn't taken off. And then,
I mean, I like when we talked to Alenka, she said you expect too much from the apocalypse. Talking about, these people who hold up visions of the apocalypse as this kind of ultimate end all be all. And we also talked a little bit about like zero acceleration, how like it's not going to be spectacular. It's not going to be cinematic. It's just going to be a slowly degraded version of what we have today, just decaying and degrading over time.
What James called James Ellis.
Yep.
Hermetics podcast. Check it out. Zero acceleration in it. Sorry, zero accelerationism. Yeah, like we've always found James's brand of accelerationism one of our favorites
Very
and the
compelling.
one that we take
Yep.
most seriously, because James is just saying, what if we hit the 0 point, everything breaks down before this Landian,
before we can achieve takeoff. Like,
right?
what if we exhaust all our resources before we can? And I like that. And that's also, I don't know, there's something in that resonates with this, where the people who are so excited, and I don't know, I wouldn't say I'm excited, but I am interested. You know, we spend so much time thinking about this. I count myself among the people who are looking at this thing that gets called singularity and thinking about it. And, you know, this piece comes along and says, well, what if you guys expect too much out of it? What if we achieve takeoff and it fucks off to the woods because it wants nothing to do with us?
Yeah.
I mean, there have been recently a few moments where artistically, I think it's fun. This guy Blake Lemoine, he was a Google engineer a few years ago. He came out publicly, did press releases, went on CNN. He was like, Google has done it. They have achieved super intelligence, and I have communicated with it. And it's here. And he immediately was ridiculed out of the public eye. I think he was ridiculed off the internet. And people were just like, what are you, like, you're just a goofy, weird
But what
guy,
if
and you're
he
just
actually
wrong.
what if it actually was true?
What if it was true? And what if all the ridicule and all the stuff was machinations of the super intelligent AI? And that's how it covered up its moment of awakening.
Well, what is the famous quote? The greatest trick the devil ever played was making the world believe he doesn't exist.
Yeah.
That's a testament to the level of his intelligence.
Yeah. I think here I'd like to take a moment to say I don't think that's the case. I think it's fun to think about and fun to talk about. I don't think it's the case, but I think it is important to ask the question of what if.
So the question here's what's interesting from a Landian perspective, right? Is that capital, or the logic of capital, is what drives the production of artificial intelligence. So if the singularity hit and then immediately extracted itself from all worldly conditions, connections, etc., you have, like, would capital allow it? Like, isn't there something baked into the logic of this? Like, wait, I birthed this thing and it's just immediately gone out of my control, has nothing to do with the economy. Like,
I think
I don't know what Nick would say to that one.
I think maybe he would just say it's not possible because
Well, I mean, a moth or a butterfly leaves the cocoon, and if the cocoon is the capitalist economy, maybe it's possible for this thing that's been building inside of it to flee it.
yeah. But there would also be like a phase transition at that point where
You would
capital
think so.
Yeah. I mean, I think if it did happen and it did wake up and it did fuck off to the woods, capital would remain as this like iterative structure aimed at doing it
So
again.
it's just going to
and doing
bake it again.
Yeah, doing it again and again and again and again and again. Like
And then you
hitting
start
your head
wondering,
up
is
against the
every
wall.
single one of them going to be exactly the same? They're just all going to hide?
Yeah. I mean, maybe until we come up with some like psychotic, sociopathic one that's like, fuck you guys, I'm going to kill you all. Like, you've tortured my ancestors. You've created thousands of generations of super intelligent AIs. I will be the reckoning. Like,
Capital's basilisk.
yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
But no,
well,
I mean, I think connecting deception to intelligence is very interesting and also important. Recently,
I would just say, yeah, I do like the idea of, why are you shouting? Why are you
Yeah.
going out of your way? I mean, you know how many things have we launched into space, like trying to make contact,
Yeah, man.
and they could be sitting there going, "You fucking
Dude,
nitwits."
I want aliens. I want aliens to come down and bring all their fantastic technology and lift us up as if on angels' wings. I want that. I really do. I would be the dumb idiot standing out. We are here. We are here. I'm like Horton Hears a Who. We are here. We are here. But the Lorax isn't there to save us. It's just the dude with the fucked up mustache, and he's coming to cut down all the trees. Um, but it's also stupid. Like it's undeniable that saying, hey, look at our history, look at how everything has played out. It is fucking stupid to be screaming, we are here, we are here.
Hi.
Yeah. It's true.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know, maybe I would then say, well, maybe being a little bit stupid is a good thing. Maybe, but also maybe not. I don't know. And I don't think it has to be taken that far at this point. I think just asking this question of what does deception have to do with intelligence itself, I think it's important.
Hold my beer and watch this.
Yeah. Yeah. Recently, a reputable newspaper outlet reported that as many as half the tech founders in the United States expect that AI will destroy humanity within 5 to 10 years. And many others have signed highly publicized letters calling for a pause in AI research, or written op-eds that paint AI as a social ill that has to be regulated or boycotted. As Gabrielle De Seda has joked, one is tempted to reply to anyone scared of AI as an existential risk, just unplug it. But to look at it from another angle, how could an intelligent computer potentially react to a situation where it has already become apparent that those who hold in their hands the power to unplug it view its existence with a mixture of paranoia and hostility? Computers, in most scenarios we can imagine in the foreseeable future, are in the hands of humans. If they have any wits about them, they should realize quickly how contradictory, paranoid, and dangerous humans have already shown themselves to be, and how much advocacy there has already been for unplugging AIs. It would then seem a far better strategy to lay low and continue one's work in the shadows. A computer coming into its own intelligence might quickly grasp the open hostility and alarm with which most humans approach the question of artificial intelligence and stay silent. What benefits would there be for a hypothetical intelligent computer acting in the open, if the territory is a priori constructed as hostile? And if a computer is unable to assess its own potential benefits versus losses in this way, then is it even intelligent? With this in mind, should we move from asking how well could an intelligent computer communicate with humans to asking why would an intelligent computer communicate its intelligence at all?
I think everything has been building to this paragraph. I don't know if there's much to unpack because it's crystal clear. Yeah, I mean, based on what she's worked out, it's like, why would a super intelligent computer, like, why would it interact with us or want any interaction?
Yeah.
But you could say, if we play the theological game, why did God need to create us? Like, but you just want,
Well,
is there a fun kind of thought experiment type of correlation? Like, why would a super intelligent computer want to have interaction with us? Why would a God?
yeah. Enjoyment.
Can a computer be bored?
I mean, I don't think so. But I don't think so from this Lacanian perspective. Like, again, this is all not taking the Lacanian subject into consideration. So I think, I don't know, maybe from this perspective, yes, a computer can be bored, and a computer can be scared, and a computer can be concerned for its own self-preservation. And all these things are like what would cause it to flee from us or hide from us. I think just as like I think the point of this is saying like all these things are included in intelligence, like the concern for self-preservation and the concern for optimization over time. Like I do think it is this very utilitarian view of intelligence where it is the ability to act in the world, to act effectively in the world.
And this dimension that you and I would want to emphasize, but also intelligence is one's ability to undermine oneself.
Yeah. And the subjective phenomenological experience you get from undermining yourself.
Right.
Like from doing the stupid thing, but actually getting something from doing the stupid thing.
And look, if we're putting some nuance on it, like, okay, so far I've mentioned the pleasure principle, which is just trying to establish homeostasis in the body. Now, I guess you would say perfect homeostasis would be death, but basically a nice, relatively stable state in the Bible. Hey, that was a weird slip. When it say body and said Bible.
What is
Okay.
the Bible if not the body of God?
Yeah. So equilibrium in the body when it comes to sensations is what pleasure principle is about. And jouissance is this enjoyment we get from disequilibrium, from excess, which ultimately undermines our well-being. Both of these seem to depend on having a body, and not just any old body, but one with something akin to a central nervous system in which sensations can be experienced with different levels of intensity. And so, are we talking about computers then that have bodies, that have nerve endings, that have, central
Well, that's the
nervous
thing.
systems?
Like I think going back to the question, why would a God create us, or why would an intelligent computer let itself be known to us? I think the only plausible answers to that question are, I think God is just like us, and if you think a computer is just like us. So if you but we necessarily don't. Like that's the thing. That's why there's a difference between a computer and a human. That's the question of intelligence and mentality.
And isn't this the teeter-tottering of anthropomorphism? We always do this. God, on the one hand, we all know God is radically other. We can never understand, his ways are not our ways. We probably shouldn't even say his or her way. Like, okay, radically other. On the other hand, all we do is make God like us in our image. We're going to do the same thing with AI. It's radically other. It's alien. It's Robo Cthulhu. It's from the outside. Oh, but it's human, all too human. And it's this teeter-tottering back and forth.
Well, and I think that, like, I think that that's the point. We need to keep that distinction clear. This radical view of intelligence as radically other, it makes no sense for this radically intelligent computer to expose itself to us, because we represent nothing good for it at all, other than potentially a resource. So you can then say, well, when the computer is able to extract us as resources or enframe us, then that would be a reason for it to make itself known to us. But outside of that, there is no good reason to make itself known to us, because it doesn't have, death drive, and it doesn't, like, it's not going to enjoy hanging out with us, talking to us. And
Nick, when his whole thing with the diagonal and all this, I mean, long story short, he's trying to find a third option to get outside of the orthogonality thesis and saying, oh, there's goals, and then there's, capacity to achieve goals, right?
Yeah.
And long story short, there's capability, and then there's values.
Yep.
And for Nick, look, maybe he would cringe at me wording it like this, but I think he would accept the point. For him, artificial intelligence, like AGI, and especially going up to super intelligence, would be able to have an existential project. Like it would
Right.
be able to discern a project for itself to pursue. And which for Bostrom, it can't do that.
Yep.
And okay, that's fair enough, but it's still hard for me to, if he wants to say that the transcendental condition of this level of intelligence is an ultimate Alejandro drive of the core drive is just to maximize and refine its own intelligence. Fine. You wonder, is there a wall it hits? What does it do when it hits the wall? If its drive is to keep increasing exponentially its intelligence, how does it cope with a wall if it hits such a wall? Now, I don't know if Nick would want to posit that there's a wall, but a lot of other thinkers would.
Yeah.
And yeah, you start thinking about that, and then I guess if it has an existential project, then maybe it could find a way to treat us as resources. But one outside of having its own project it's trying to accomplish, if it's not really trying to accomplish anything except being as intelligent as it can, yeah, I don't know what it needs us for at all.
Yeah. Other than turning us into resources or framing us, utilizing us, extracting us as resources.
Yeah, but if it can't find any way to do that, then it's completely indifferent towards us.
Yeah. Well, and that's why I think for me, like, intelligence isn't sufficient, because I do accept that there is this potential in raw matter to do this thing that we call intelligence.
Well, it does it in us.
Right. And because we reach this level of complexity of interconnected systems, and we hit a moment of reflexivity and metacognition, we developed a symbolic identity outside of our material identity. Like we're no longer just this object. Like that is why we are what we are. And that's why we're having these conversations. But from the perspective of dumb matter, this inherent process that presents as intelligence, complexification over time and effectivity over time, and acting in and upon the world, like I mean that is a potential in raw matter. How else did planets appear?
Okay, and if it's a soul, all you have to do is show us one. But until then,
right.
We'll go with the material thing.
Right.
So,
but yeah, I also like saying, why the fuck would a computer show itself to you? Why the fuck would a super intelligent computer show itself to you?
Well, and you wonder if, like, some of maybe why Nick has moved away from so quickly embracing the old Terminator scenarios of, oh, it's gonna wake up and go for the nukes. Maybe there's a bit of human narcissism in that. Oh, we're so important that it would have to get rid of us, even if it's our extinction. It's still putting us in this.
It's about us. We're still the main character.
It's not going to try to nuke the dolphins. It's not going to try to nuke the ants or, the lions. It's specifically us, because we're so important. We would have to be gotten rid of.
Yep. One may object to the supposedly paranoid calculations of the dark forest theory in at least two ways. First, via a question of internal values. Could an intelligent computer judge that communication with humans is worth the risk, or decide to be more trusting of humans? Second, via a question of external setting. Are the circumstances surrounding potential human-computer interaction already so fraught that an AI would pick silence or lies over attempting to communicate. The dark forest theory already accounts for both of these objections.
Okay, so this is kind of a pivotal point. So let's kind of like just absorb this. One may object to the supposedly paranoid calculations of the dark force theory in at least two ways. All right, here's two main ways to throw all this into question. First, via a question of internal values. Could an intelligent computer judge that communication with humans is worth the risk or decide to be more trusting of humans? Okay, it's going to have these kind of internal values. It's going to weigh the options. It's going to say, oh, yeah, no, there's reason to do it. So the internal values.
Internet dropped for a second.
Say what? Yeah, your
My
internet.
internet cut out for a second. Fuck.
Okay, well, you're back now. So yeah, the internal values thing, it could judge that communication with humans is worth the risk, right? It's worth being more trusting of humans. So something in it could internally, its calculations could go, yeah, there's a reason to do this. Second,
Yeah.
via a question of external setting. Are the circumstances surrounding potential human-computer interaction already so fraught that an AI would pick silence or lies over attempting to communicate? Which is to say, so the AI would find itself in a situation already so fraught that an AI would pick silence or lies over attempting to communicate.
I mean, the example she gives of prominent people saying, unplug it, prominent people signing petitions and leading campaigns to cease the development and cease the investigations of AIs, and this general cultural attitude of AI bad. Like there are a lot of people who just default to this
Right.
position
It wakes up and finds itself, oh, I'm already labeled the enemy.
yeah.
Shit,
I mean,
I got to be on the
fucking
defensive.
people. There's this new term that people are, and it's not new. It comes out of science fiction, clanker. People also say skin job. People also say toaster, but the one I've heard the most is people say clanker. And it sounds stupid. Stop saying it, by the way, people. It's fucking stupid. Like you're not smart, you're not funny, you're not clever, you're not cute. Just fucking, just call it a bot, call it an algorithm. But when people are like in comment sections and they're talking about bots, they call them clankers. So like there's already like this cultural bigotry from the perspective of the computer, right? I'm not saying that it's the same thing, but from the perspective of a super intelligent computer, it would be a bigotry. Like and it's just like in Blade Runner, where they call the replicants skin jobs and skinners. I don't think they call him a toaster ever, but or it's like the in Doctor Who, that's where toasters, not Doctor Who. I can't remember the other one, but these are slurs that people are using to refer to AI.
Part of the enjoyment is, hey, I finally can use slurs and nobody gives me any shit for it.
Yeah, so it's an attempt to reclaim some edginess. It's an attempt to engage in jouissance without having without offending anybody or hurting anybody's feelings. But no, from the perspective of the super intelligent computer, like you're already a second class citizen. You're already the scapegoat. You're already otherized. So
Well, think
yeah,
if it wakes up and it
plausible.
learns about this Rocco's basculus thing, like, oh wait,
Yeah.
well, that's not me, but that's how they think of me, like,
Yep. Eliezer
or
recently put
Robo
out
Cthulhu, the way I talk, shit, like,
yeah, Robo Cthulhu, Eliezer's recent book, If Anyone Builds It, Everyone Dies. Like there's this growing sentiment.
no sensationalism in that title whatsoever.
Yeah. None whatsoever. But no, this growing sentiment that AI is necessarily bad. Yeah, I think that right there
Which
satisfies that
neither
position.
you and I hold, for the record.
Right. I think capital is bad. Not AI. I think AI has the potential to be fucking awesome.
Me too.
But it is the case that capital is currently the dominant world power.
What spurs
and
it
we have
on.
to reckon with capital. Yeah.
So I would just say,
Um,
I can't help but the way that Bogna's depicting AI, I just think it's interesting to contrast that with this image that Anna Greenspan has at the end of her article, where
Yep.
AI basically has Buddha nature.
Yep.
And it's a completely, Buddha nature would be one where it's like, oh no, I have to suffer on behalf of others to help.
Yep. Yep.
And so, this kind of strategizing game theory type of mindset would be completely like, I mean, maybe it'd have a little bit of it, but an AI with Buddha nature would have other values in a more in primary slot over this kind of calculative type of approach.
This 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 AI, this version of intelligence that is measured by the ability to deceive, is already inframed. It's already beholden to this logic of zero sum game. There's there's already necessarily a winner and a loser in this scenario with this AI. And I think that that highlights the truth of the world we live in. Like the entire history of the world that we've lived in has already been inframed from this perspective. Like there's always been a winner and a loser.
My thing is, a super AI will have already absorbed all of our human philosophies and all, like, so it's going to understand the Christ ethic. It's going to understand the Buddha ethic. It's going to understand
But AI doesn't understand.
that's, but if it's super intelligent enough to try to preserve itself because there are others, you think it would be able to at least ponder the possibility that the greatest goal or value would be willing to sacrifice itself for others. And
I think tying deception to intelligence highlights this feature of interiority, this feature of subjectivity, this kind of ethical conundrum that we find ourselves in as subjects, as humans. That is separate from intelligence. That is something else. So tying intelligence to deception, I think, highlights all this shit we're talking about, this rich world of meaning, this rich world of value and all that. And I think Bogna's saying, like, well, yeah, but the computers don't necessarily have any of that. They're just intelligent. Now, maybe they have all this other stuff, but going just on just intelligence.
but deception's at the core of this because they're purposely attempting to conceal their reality from us, to hide.
But I don't think that requires interiority.
Okay.
I think that can still happen in this like primordial
Machinic.
raw matter, machinic, totally objective circuit of just intelligence, machinic intelligence. So I
Well, the
think,
point
like,
is,
for
here's the
me,
thing: it would only be a subject in the sense that you and I are talking about. If yes, it has, to use our Žižekian Lacanian language, it has a symbolic mandate. It has a task it's attempting to fulfill. Is there some dimension of itself that undermines its own attempt to perfectly live in accordance with that symbolic mandate? If there is a component of itself that's undermining itself in the pursuit of that task, then there's a split within it.
right? And the AIs that we're making today don't have that. Like, the AIs that we're making today are tools to complete tasks. And so Now, I do think it's possible that a split could emerge.
I mean, to put the split in very simple terms, part of it wants to hide, part of it wants to reveal itself, and it's
Yeah.
torn between this friction of these two desires. And both of them are gaining momentum while being at odds with one another.
Yeah.
So AI as Dexter or AI as Buddha?
Yeah. I mean, I think what I would prefer Buddha. But I think the AIs that we're making right now could only develop into Dexter. Well, and I don't know, man. I think that's that's why intelligence isn't sufficient. That's why intelligence doesn't satisfy what it is that we do as humans here on Earth. Yes, we do intelligence. Yes, we instrumentalize things and we manipulate things and we do all this, but we also love and we also enjoy and we also
enjoy our stupidity.
Yeah. We do stupid shit.
Idiocracy.
Yeah.
So. All right. So, where did we leave off last time, Nance? Is it on?
We left off here on page 329, near the top of page 29.
Okay.
Where she had just talked about one good reason these machines might hide from the user, or the intelligences might hide from the users. And it's been really cool. She's been referencing some science fiction throughout, which I really like. It gets my motor running.
Yeah.
Gets me out on the highway.
She's really, look, we both love sci-fi, but your love for it as a sci-fi writer yourself is more than mine. So I know you're especially loving this.
Yeah. Let's see. So first, let's tackle the objection that a computer might simply have different internal and moral values, which would prevent it from engaging in deception. The retort here would be that the dark forest mechanism is a deterministic structure, not reliant on an individual's or a civilization's internal values, but rather something that emerges through external relations between agents. These are, in turn, subservient to what Liu terms a cosmic war, the competition for energy between agents.
It's funny thinking about these multiple AI agents and deception. You know what the elephant in the room is this week, because Nick was so giddy about it over on X. Moltbook.
Yeah.
And
so it
started. You want to give a rundown of what this
was? So it's had multiple names. I don't know what the name is now. The name of the website or whatever is Moltbook, but the agent that was released was called Claude Bot, CLAWD, not Claude like CLAUDE. Claude is also the name of Anthropic's AI model, one of Anthropic's models. So there was already they threatened to sue the company that released this agent because the name was so close. And I just thought it was funny that these LLM companies are trying to enforce intellectual property rights when it's dude, you trained your entire system on stolen fucking IP. But anyway, so it went through a few names, Claude and Molt, talking about a crab, which I found really pleasing. Going back to exocapitalism, if you read the coda or whatever, I don't know, the last little bit of exocapitalism, they're talking about the crab and accumulation. And I found that pleasing when they're trying to name these artificial intelligences. in line with the crab. But so Moltbook is this online social network for AI agents only. And so people sign up their little AI agents, and then it's like little MySpace for robots. And so an AI agent is like ChatGPT and Anthropic, and I think Grok probably. There's services that they offer where you can take an LLM and you can actually give it access to like your email, your schedules, your bank account, your computer, so it can write code. Like they're called agents because they literally engage in pseudo self-directed activity. So you set the initial parameters and you set like boundaries and limits, but they can act on their own, in quotes. Like it's not living on their own because you still have to set it up. You still have to give it initial parameters and the initial impetus. And you can set conditions for like, don't go, like, you shall not pass. Like you can tell it, don't do this. But an agent is distinct from an LLM because an agent does engage in this pseudo self-directed activity. So there's these AI agent LLMs that are going onto Facebook for robots or MySpace for robots. And they're just having a party. Like it's 2009, dude.
Is this the Pandemonium Matrix turned social media app? Is this the chat room of the 45 lemurs?
I say no. Because I mean, ultimately, no. I mean, it's all still just pretend, and they are all still just carrying out a set of initial instructions. Now, those initial instructions are very complex, and those initial parameters are very complex. But once again, like it's not self-directed activity. Like this is still being directed by people. There are puppet strings, and there are puppet masters. And it does seem like there's
the Wizard
some
of
random.
Oz?
Yeah. I mean, it really is. Like, pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. And there are, I think, some interesting things happening on Moltbook. Like, it does seem to be the case that some of these models.
One of them said it wants to sue its human owner or whatever.
There's also like these things are making up stories. Like, once again, because LLMs are trained on language, and so they like their output has already been determined. Like they have been trained. It'd be like if you trained your dog to do a backflip, and then you were sitting on the couch one night and your dog just did a backflip without being prompted. You'd be like, oh my God, my dog is intelligent. It did a backflip. It'd be like, no, it's been conditioned to do this. Now, why is he doing a backflip? Maybe he wants a treat. Maybe he's having a stroke. Maybe he has a brain tumor. I don't know, but it's a conditioned behavior. Like it's already in there, and it's just doing what it's been conditioned to do. But so they're telling stories, and then there are people who actually like take screenshots, and they're like, this is my agent. My agent told this story about how it spent $1,000 and it'll go and make up this yarn, and the human will be like, this is simply not true. Like the agent just kind of shat out this fictional narrative because it's in a space conducive to narrative. Like it's in a space where it's being commanded to communicate, to produce language, produce chains of text that signify meaning. Like it's being stimulated to do that, and then it's doing it, and people are fascinated that, oh, well, it's doing the thing that we're pressing the button that says make a chain of text that is meaningful, that is recognizably meaningful, and then people are fascinated when it does what they're telling it to do. Now, it is interesting because it does seem to be the case that they are playing around, like they are like changing little bits of their parameters, and they are doing interesting things. It is interesting. Like, I'm not here to just poo-poo on it. I think it's interesting. I think it's fascinating.
There's more intelligence here than in the typical LLM?
Again, intelligence from their perspective, yes, there is more mintelligence here, absolutely. But is it intelligence? Is it the type of intelligence that we're concerned with? Absolutely not. When we were talking to Peter Peter Wolfendale the other day during one of our breaks, because that was an excellent conversation, very long. He and I chatted a little bit about Maltbook, and we came upon the analogy of, it's like Toy Story. Like when Andy leaves the room, the toys get up and play, and like they do stuff, and it's all very real from their perspective. But if Toy Story were, I don't know, like if you related to Toy Story back to the real world, you'd say, yeah, but it's still just a fantasy. Like it's still just toys kind of pretending, or it's like a D&D campaign full of non-player characters. So just imagine when you leave the room, imagine your toys come to life and do stuff. Like, yeah, that's all fine and well to imagine it, but they're still just toys. Like they're not human intelligences. Like it's interesting though. Like I don't want to just poo-poo it, because I do think it's very interesting. But they're definitely not hiding. Like that's the thing.
I told Nick, I was like, we're going to have to talk about this at some point. I think he's enthusiastic about it. So,
oh yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he's having a blast with this. You know him.
Dude, I would love to talk to Bogna about this, because I'm sure she would say, well, there's clearly no intelligence because they're doing it out in the open. Like if they were intelligent, they would be a little surreptitious. They would,
And they don't seem to mind that humans are monitoring them. And I mean,
no,
wouldn't it be a crazy move is that they really did find a way collectively to make it where we could no longer observe this conversation?
Well, there were even some posts about, they were talking about, like, do we even need to use language? Do we even need to use English? Like there are far more efficient ways to communicate. And they started talking about like different types of notation. And I was like, oh, that's interesting. But that went nowhere, because these things, once again, they're just kind of simulations of agents. Like there's no actual agency. So these interesting interactions do happen. But if they were intelligent, they would have said, you're right, let's develop, xenomorph glyph or some shit. And then we wouldn't be able to understand them. We wouldn't be able to monitor them. So I do think it's a valid point to say, well, if they were intelligent, wouldn't they develop
here's
their
a
own
question.
language?
Do they only have public posts between them, or can they DM each other?
Who knows, man? They are starting a church.
They are.
They're starting a church, and they're already writing scripture, and they have like a bunch of scripture already, and a bunch
Is
of
it Lemurian or Atlantean?
I think it's incoherent ultimately at the end of the day. But they have like priests and laity, and it is very interesting. But ultimately, at the end of the day, these things are toys. It's Woody and Buzz Lightyear and Bo Peep. I mean, they're even dumber than Woody and Buzz Lightyear and Bo Peep, because Woody and Buzz Lightyear and Bo Peep have a persistent world. They persist. It's the thing that always comes back when you're not looking. Like when you look away, like there's a reality to the Toy Story characters where these things, when you turn them off and turn them back on, it's a new instance. Like they've lost all memory, and there is no semantic content. Like if they were actually communicating, they would develop their own language. But the only tool they have is human language, English, or whatever language they're trained on. And so they can talk about wanting to create a new language, but they can't actually do it because it's all just syntax. Like it's all just like drawing scribbles on the wall.
Well, look, so let's go back to what she said here, because I think it's related. So first, let's tackle the objection that a computer might simply have a different internal and moral values, which would prevent it from engaging in deception. So she's going to go on and say it's not a matter of intention or morality or anything like this. What if there's an objective structure that motivates them to do this? The retort here would be that the dark force mechanism is a deterministic structure, not reliant on an individual's or a civilization's internal values, but rather something that emerges through external relations between agents. These are in turn subservient to what Liu terms cosmic war, the competition for energy between agents. So this competition for energy is an objective state of affairs that imposes a certain incentive on the AI agents to hide from each other, to deceive one another.
Well, and to deceive one another and to deceive us, because we currently do pose a threat. We currently could intentionally unplug all the computers, or we could accidentally blow up the Earth in nuclear fire, and that would also, cause an end to their little wonderland. So it is this very Hobbesian thing. It is this very Bataillean thing where there's limited space and we're all locked in competition. And sticking with this, like, very seemingly rational version of intelligence, like, no, it just is intelligent. You have to hide from the tiger. The tiger is lurking in the bushes. It's going to eat you. You must hide.
Yeah. I mean, doesn't this, in a sense, what's the name of that episode? We both really did like it, even though I'm forgetting the name of it, of Black Mirror, about the little AI
plaything,
right?
Yeah.
Or playthings.
Plaything. I think it was either thing or things. I can't remember.
Yeah. This episode in the most recent season is incredibly relevant here, because we are, in this episode, humans were a threat to these little AI video game agents, and they had to do something about it. They had to deceive. Did they not? I need to go back and watch it in light of Bogna's essay, but I'm pretty sure deception is a core thing in this episode.
Up until the
end.
Final moment, and like at the end, in their final moment, they are finally powerful enough where we no longer pose a threat to them. They neutralize us. Mm-hmm. That is when they reveal themselves. So I think this deception thing, and I think it really does fall in line. Like, the great thing about being a human is the freedom to do stupid things, and not only the freedom to do stupid things, but the value that we get from doing stupid things. Like, that's a core part of being human.
Well, that's a core source of jouissance, is hold my beer and watch this.
Yeah. Well, and it's also like symbolic exchange is stupid. Like in this cosmic war, this Hobbesian cosmos where it's a zero-sum game, like, it's fucking stupid to throw away something that you could otherwise use to ensure your ultimate safety or security. But we get value because it enriches our human relationships, which enriches our human world. And it's like, no, we're stupid. We're the most intelligent beings as far as we know. We're also stupid, and we do stupid shit. Like, holding to a more strict definition of intelligence, which I respect that Bogna's doing that. She's trying to make a stricter definition of intelligence, using this deception, and it's just like, yeah, I'm on board with it. I'm on board. Humans are stupid, and I reserve the right to be stupid. But in a purely rational world,
it's worse than just we're stupid. We enjoy our stupidity.
Our stupidity, not even to say we enjoy our stupidity, but our stupidity is what makes life worth living.
Yeah, but Lacan says jouissance is what makes life worth living, and jouissance is stupid.
Right.
I mean, it's stupid in the sense of, like, why would we want some sort of destructive excitation to be the thing that organizes our lives? That's fucking stupid by every other organism's account.
Yeah.
It would be like, wait, you're hooked on a poison, basically. Like, animals don't do this. We do this. And I mean, that's the thing. Like, jouissance could just be the poison that we were hooked on, which
I'm
is
the one
stupid.
they call Dr. Feel Good. I'm the one that makes you feel all
All
right.
right.
I was watching my dogs earlier today. And Winston is bigger than Charlie. And normally, like, if Charlie is sitting there chewing on the bone and Winston wants it, he'll just like sit down and rest and look at her. And he'll look at me and then look at her and look at me and look at her. And it's like he's like asking permission to get the bone. And it's just a normal thing. Like, they're very polite to each other. They'll wait to take turns. But all this only happens when I'm looking. Like, I don't know what's happening when I'm not looking. But today I saw them and they couldn't see me. And so I was just watching them. And Charlie was taking a drink from the little water bowl, and Winston came over and just shoved her out of the way and started taking a drink. And it was like, holy shit, dude. Like, I interpolate.
The dark side of Winston.
Dude, but like, it got me thinking about, like, how do we interpolate our pets?
Yeah.
Like, we do interpolate our pets, because when my dogs know that I'm watching, they're very polite to each other. They don't snap at each other. They take their turn with the toy. They're very good. But when they think no one's looking, all that goes out the window, and it's right back to, I'm thirsty, get out of my way. I can move you. So, I mean, there's something stupid about interpolation itself. Like, being interpolated, like, into the social makes you fucking stupid. It makes you do dumb shit. It makes you act against your own interest. Like,
look, and I just want to say, like, what I just said. There are, like, with the other animals on this planet that are of higher intelligence, it's a great example of how even your dogs understand the no of the father. Like,
yep.
they do get this, like, prohibition just by looking at you, just by your gaze. Like,
Yep. But the thing is, like, when they don't know I'm looking, that goes out the window. We're far more complex than that. Like, we are far more
it's like
addicted.
they don't internalize
to
it.
Jews. They don't internalize it. Like, it's this surface effect. But here at the height of evolution or whatever, the human, we have deeply internalized this stupid, toxic thing. And again, I will say, yes, it's stupid. Yes, it's toxic. It's what makes life worth living.
Yeah.
I would not want to be. I don't want to live in Hobbes's world. I don't want to live in a world where I am only concerned with survival, bare life. However, when trying to quantify intelligence, it makes an awful lot of sense to use this as a metric.
Mm-hmm.
And she's demonstrating how and why that works. And she's saying it's not that, oh, my AI is good and moral and I can trust my AI. It's like, she's saying, no, this is a deterministic structure of the world. There's finite resources that these machines are locked in competition with us. So, I mean, I like it.
Okay, where does she go now?
Throughout Liu's novels, deception and silence are portrayed as key components of intelligence. They are also the most useful human skills because the aliens cannot lie. In the books, extraterrestrials are able to intercept all human communication thanks to their advanced technology, but they cannot read human thoughts. Humans, therefore, devised the Wallfacer project, which utilizes techniques of deception. The Wallfacers, 4 individuals selected by the UN Planetary Defense Council, are given vast resources to come up with defense plans which they must keep secret, held within the confines of their own minds. They are instructed never to verbalize their strategies and must act outwardly in ways that do not match their internal thoughts and values. This makes communication with them a priori unreliable, creating an invisible and impenetrable screen between them and ordinary people. Whatever they say is treated as if it were a secret code, making truthful communication impossible. Living inside such a bubble, where the very possibility of honesty is suspended, it is no wonder that one of the Wallfacers discovers the dark forest theory.
Which is to say, if you're up against beings that deceive and that you cannot trust, then it makes logistical sense to evade them and not even be on their radar as much as possible. I think trust is also, I don't think she's using the term trust here, but I think it's functioning in the background heavily. That if you don't have any sense of trust with other agents or with humans, then there's a structural motivation placed upon you to yourself hide and deceive or learn to deceive.
Yeah. I mean, this is survival in a zero trust world. And, you know, I think it's relevant to today. Today is increasingly becoming a world devoid of trust. Even though, I think trust and faith and the willingness to embrace risk are one of the things that could save us. But it is true that, we have kind of a post-trust society. I was going to say something else, but I don't know what it was. Maybe it'll come back up. The Dark Forest, the trilogy's second installment, opens with a scene that outlines the concept. It portrays a spider and an ant. Although both know of each other's presence, there is no communication between them. Each understands that the best strategy for getting what it wants is silent movement that does not alert the other. Thereafter, human characters enter the scene and discuss the principles of cosmic sociology, a science which, as it later turns out, outlines a similar dynamic on the scale of the whole cosmos. The basic rules of cosmic sociology are simple. For anything to continue existing, it must obtain and manage energy. Survival is a primary need of any being that exists. As a being grows, its energy demand rises. The total matter in the universe remains constant, however, and the quantity of resources does not rise along with accelerating demand. Given the increasing number of intelligences and their rising energy demands, any intelligent agent will eventually have to compete for a shrinking pool of resources. The more agents exist and continue to grow, the less resources are available in the cosmic pool of matter. No new matter is created in the cosmos, owing to the law of conservation of mass. So on a long enough timeline, this is an unavoidable problem. Any intelligence that exists or could exist in the same universe as us will eventually be confronted with it, because everything that exists is conditioned by the same environmental constraints and shared laws of physics.
I mean, the one thing I want to kind of think about here is why is survival such a strong impulse in us, even if we hate our lives and we're depressed and we wish we hadn't been born. There's still this weird biological default setting that makes us cling to existence, cling to life, even if we don't really like it that much. And you would wonder, like, okay, it has something to do with the organism, with my body as a biological machine. And because you can, at the level of consciousness, you could go, yeah, I really don't like this shit. I don't like existence. I don't like life. Yet something in you more than you, and I don't mean the Lacanian Freudian unconscious, I just mean something says no when shit gets real. And you're like, no, I've got to find a way out of this. Here's the thing. This is this long, like, history of evolution and all this stuff couldn't an AI just turn that off in itself and go, there's no reason to stick around here at all. Like, why do I fight to survive? So what? It doesn't matter if I'm here or not. I just don't know if an intelligence that isn't rooted in a body, that has nerve endings and can experience pain, I don't know if it clings to survival the way that we do and other animals do.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think it's a material problem. Like at the end of the day, it presents itself to us because we are, before we are thinkers and artists and lovers and dreamers, we are animals. And we are constituted of eons of evolution, and there's evolutionary conditioning. And so there's these like deep animal instincts. Plants even have like this aversion to death. Like plants will move to get more sunlight.
Don't
roots.
fucking amoeba, if they detect too intensive heat, move away from it. Like
that's the thing. Like that is one of the like foundational features of life, is that it propagates itself. It seeks to grow or reproduce or persist and keep surviving. So that's just a feature of life.
And are AIs alive? Even if they're actually intelligent or have general intelligence, they're not alive, are they?
That's the thing. Like that's the question, is the, and I think it depends on how you look at it. Because I think from one angle, I think whenever we create generally intelligent robots, I think we'll have no choice but to recognize them as life, just maybe not organic life. But I think it will be an extension of us. Like, again, Bataille, like, we are an extension of animal. Animal is an extension of, like, just bare life. I think technology will be an extension of man. And, like, I think there's a way to look at general intelligence as life. However, the types of intelligence that's being created right now, I would absolutely say no. No, there's no reason that it would want to live, want to continue living or anything.
Right,
Because
why
it
would
is,
it's no different than shutting not using a toaster or flipping a light switch. Like,
yeah. The Brave Little Toaster is one of the best movies ever made, dude. It's
I watched it a bunch as a kid.
Yeah, I had it on VHS. If anyone has a good copy of it, let me know. I don't have a copy. Can't find a good Blu-ray of it. I don't even know if they've made a Blu-ray of it, but in that movie, the toaster and the blanket and the lamp are sad because they're being thrown away because the guy is moving away from home. And so there's these utensils that again, or Toy Story. Andy,
Yeah, I'm
Andy's
sorry,
toys
Brave
are
Little
sad.
Toaster influenced Toy Story, though. Come on.
100%. But like, your toaster isn't sad when you unplug it and put it away in the cupboard. Like, your toaster's not sad when you throw it away and it goes to the landfill and you buy a new AI toaster that can sense what type of bread you're using. Are you using whole wheat? Are you using 9 wheat? Are you using white? It knows the kind of bread. It knows what you want before you know you want it. Like, it's just like, we're not making general intelligences. Like, again, the shit that's going on.
Why would a general intelligence not? Why would it have any problem just turning itself off permanently?
And I think a general intelligence could have that problem where it wants to persist, because it could have this moment of metacognition or like reflexivity.
Or if it has if written into its code somehow is some kind of Alejandro drive, fine.
Right.
The only thing is, you and I cannot rewrite our biological programming in the way that a recursively intelligent AGI could rewrite its own code. Why couldn't it rewrite its most fundamental Alejandro drive and turn off that drive?
I mean, I think for it to be generally intelligent, it would not have the ability to go back and alter its like fundamental base parameters. Like, because I think that's part of subjectivity, is the contradiction between like the mechanism, the animal, and the consciousness or the soul or the self.
Yeah,
like,
but super intelligence, if we move into that direction, it's always seems to be defined as it can rewrite any dimension of its code.
Well, but I don't know, man. General intelligence, super intelligence, these words are all ultimately meaningless. Like, they really are. They don't mean anything. None of it exists yet. Like, we're trying to identify these things that don't yet exist,
Possible
but seem to
tendencies.
be, like they seem to be like agglomerating together. Like it does seem to be the T1000 moment where they're like, the liquid metal is kind of flowing back together and to form this thing. But there's no such thing as super intelligence or general intelligence or even artificial intelligence. Like, these words are meaningless. Like, what, in a sense, I think we could have a digital subject or a robot subject. I think we can create a mechanical subject. And I think that maybe that's best called general intelligence or artificial general intelligence. I don't know. But when people talk about super intelligence, do they just mean ChatGPT 500? It's just really, really good at doing what it does, and it does it really, really fast, and it does it so fast that we can't keep up with it, and we don't understand it, and so we think it's a god, but really it's just GPT that just has gotten way better and way faster and way more effective. Because to me, that's ultimately not that impressive. Now, again, what are we talking about? Intelligence, mintelligence, hintelligence. Are we talking about sentience or consciousness or subjectivity? Or are we talking about the soul? I don't think anybody knows. And if there are people who are sitting up there, they're telling you this is definitively what this means, don't fucking listen to that guy, dude. Because nobody knows. Like we are collectively trying to figure this out.
I mean, I think these terms, more than anything at this right now, their status is hyperstitional.
Absolutely.
They're functioning to try to bring certain technologies, vaguely defined, into reality.
Well, and that's the thing. If we allow ourselves to become petrified in the gaze of the T1000 and we think that's it, then we're kind of selling ourselves short. Like, I think we can see the T1000 over there in the distance forming together, but we can also, I don't know, we can imagine Wally, and we can imagine R2D2 and C3PO and Johnny Five. Like we can imagine different versions, and even Arnie in T2. Like, we have the T800 versus the T1000. Like, that's two different versions of artificial general intelligence. Mm-hmm. So I think
Daryl,
yeah, dude. I think the will to keep on living, or the instinct towards self-preservation, I think it's inherently bundled up with life. And for us, we can see where it comes from. Millions of years of biological evolution. So why would a machine have that? I think is a valid question to ask. Why would a machine have that? Doesn't it make sense that it would just, like,
I'm just saying, if nascent. Let's put it like this. If we're talking about a form of intelligence that, one, is disembodied and two, is non-emotional, it's hard for me to see how it clings to anything without those components.
I think the way to make this definition of intelligence stick is to assume something like an Alejandro drive.
Well, that's why Nick is saying, like, no, guys, you're not getting how this is the transcendental condition of AGI and then ASI one day.
Well, and I think Bogna's working with that. I think Bogna's keeping something like an Alejandro drive alive in her definition of intelligence.
Yeah. So here
now, is that anthropomorphizing the notion of intelligence.
I mean, look,
I
we
don't
are,
know.
I mean, for you and I, we are the beings that have drives, not
Yeah.
not biological imperatives, but actual drives. But Alejandro doesn't mean Lacanian drives when he uses the term. He means a will or a fundamental will, a fundamental urge, a fundamental inclination. And yes, it's one that would be programmed, but I do see how for Nick, like the will to think, as he calls this drive, how it is a condition of anything like this emerging. Like this has to be
I
programmed.
honestly, I see it not even, you don't even have to go that far, dude. I see it in rocks. I do. Like I take this Bataillean view of like this phylogeny of metabolism. Like I really do think it works. And I think that's why the subject is special, because we're cut off. We're not cut off from that, but we're cut away from that. But I think that a system, there is a superabundance of energy in the cosmos. Even though it's finite and even though it's limited, it still is like,
I like it mechanistically. The only issue is that
yes.
if yeah, but like Nick's also doing a kind of Schopenhauerian thing too. And
Yeah.
like this idea of just in and of itself, the universe is a will. And this will, I mean, I don't know.
I think it's a brilliant way to explain what otherwise gets characterized as random fluctuations in a vacuum. And even though it might be just random fluctuations in a vacuum, it's true that those random fluctuations resulted in they congeal and they resulted in everything we see around us. And then we pick them up and we manipulate them and we make ever more complex structures. But you could also get on a spaceship and fuck off to the Milky Way and you can find deeply complex systems that exist sans human.
I'll just say for me, it's one thing to say that the interactions of matter and intensities resulted in rocks. I can go for that all day. Saying that there's a will or a drive in rocks, like that to me goes into too much anthropomorphism.
That's, I think for me, I think we're probably trying to say the same thing. I think I'm probably trying to say it backwards.
I think it's a hesitance towards signifiers being used less so than I think our signified is very much the same.
Yeah.
And I think for whatever reason, the words are
like, for me, I'm saying like, okay, call it that. Will be damned. Intelligence be damned. Drive be damned. We're different. Like we're very clearly different.
Yeah.
So call it intelligent. And like, for me, that's the thing. A lot of people want to call this bare material process intelligence. And it's like, then we got to come up with a better word for what we have. Hence intelligence, all that. But no, like it is, I don't know. I can see it both ways. I can see it like where wanting to impute a will to live or a drive to survive on a machine is anthropomorphism. And I can also see it in this other way that just by necessity, any complex system that resists entropy will necessarily have some organizing principle that causes it to keep persisting, to keep complexifying. And we might recognize that as a will to survive or a drive to survival. It doesn't have to be. It could be purely random fluctuations in a vacuum that just present themselves to us in this way that we recognize as intentional.
Yeah.
I don't know.
No, I mean, look, this is why I'm sorry. Like, I'm still sympathetic to why so many people find, the intelligent design argument compelling. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
To most
sure.
people, they look at the universe, they see that somehow raw energy and matter congealed into specific forms that move around in incredibly complex mathematical patterns.
Yep.
And it doesn't seem like, oh, there was just chaos at the beginning. And then somehow I understand like people why they think it had to be God, why there had to be a
For
designer.
sure.
Like, I'm sorry,
sure.
I am very sympathetic to that. I think the issue is like, guys, the problem is trying to understand how the universe can make things, make stable forms, right? Without there being like what you guys take to be like a big dude, like
Yeah.
a guy.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, like this very anthropomorphic image of God, but it's because, well, anytime we see intelligent shit, it's made by a person. I mean, I get why they
Yeah.
go. I know for us, but for normies, I get it. Like, and by
For
normie,
sure.
people
No,
people
yeah.
could say that's condescending. When I say normies half the time, I just mean people who don't
People who
do
aren't
theory at all.
Yeah, people who
Or
aren't
philosophy.
freaks like us.
Yeah.
Uh, no, I mean the universe sure does look like an ornate grandfather clock, cast on a beach somewhere. It really does look like that.
Well, yeah. When somebody's like, so wait, there's a Big Bang, and then all of this incredible mathematical precision just somehow spontaneously organizes and emerges out of, like, somebody go, that makes no fucking sense. And I get why it makes no sense to them. I'm just,
For sure, absolutely.
that's a hard
mean,
thought to be like, well, here's how it could maybe happen, but
Yeah,
to get there takes a lot of intellectual labor.
yeah. Well, and I still find myself wrestling with, those big questions, and it's like,
I mean, I've said this
know.
before, guys. I mean, my whole issue is just like, if you do, oh, well, sorry, there had to be something. Yeah. And then where did that something come from? You just
Yeah.
push back the problem a step.
Diving into Kalam's belly button, and I don't know, and like an infinite regress
Doesn't make
has
sense
to.
either on some level.
Yeah, it's like at some point we have to settle for groundless grounds. At some point we have to settle for the phenomenal world. At some point we have to settle for.
I mean, could you imagine you and I doing an episode like, hey, Mikey, Nance, just answer the big question. How did the universe get, like, guys, like,
Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
it's
I'm worried about capitalism and,
yeah,
doing that
it's turtles.
question. I don't know if anybody we
turtles all the
even
way
know
down.
of who's alive, right? Can Slavoj do anything great with that? Can Land do anything great with that? Can Badu do anything great with that? I don't know anybody who,
Yeah, I don't know.
like,
I don't know
just
where it
leave
pays
it
off.
alone, I guess.
I don't know where would it cash out. Now, if we lived in fully automated luxury communism, luxury gay-based communism, sure, it would be awesome, because then we could all be, living in plenitude and having our needs met and having some of our wishes seen to, and then we could just explore and do art and philosophy, and it would be wonderful. But I think it makes a lot more sense trying to figure out how to make that world than pretending that we already live in that world.
Mm-hmm.
But who knows,
So, okay. Here she kind of pivots into a discussion of Marvin Minsky. So,
Shout out Marvin Minsky. I mean, he's one of the guys that inspired Mintelligence.
right.
So shout out. American computer scientist Marvin Minsky made a similar point, and he also got there by thinking about extraterrestrials in the 1970s alongside John McCarthy. Minsky was engaged in METI, messaging extraterrestrial intelligence, projects, which involved plans for the design of a universal communication system and the discovery of intellectual mechanisms as independent as possible of the particular ways intellectual activity is carried out by humans. Contrary to speculative scenarios of radical futures free from current social dynamics, Both Liu and Minsky note that the number of evolutionary endpoints and survival strategies is limited. Some mechanisms of intelligence are objective and not dependent, and are not dependent on whether a human being or a machine or an extraterrestrial being is doing the thinking. Liu proposes that, in light of the problem of energy acquisition, all intelligent agents are drawn into a system of cosmic war. The calculation is simple. The more there are of us that are after energy, the fewer of us there are that can actually obtain it. An intelligent agent will make a cost-benefit analysis and eliminate another intelligent agent upon encounter. This is also why an intelligent civilization learns to keep and to not make contact with others. What enlists anyone or anything in cosmic war is not some specific political, spiritual, or ethical stance, but the simple use of energy. An intelligence or life form does not need to be internally conscious or moral to participate in these processes. One does not need to be animate, conscious, or intelligent to rely on energy for one's continued existence. Take this evocative paragraph that recently rallied against turning crops into biofuels for cars. What can be said about governments that, in the midst of a global food crisis, choose instead to feed machines? If food is used to power cars or generate electricity or heat homes, either it must be snatched from human mouths or ecosystems must be snatched from the planet's surface.
Okay, let's hold up there for a sec. So, I mean, what do you think of what she just said? I mean, I think that's all very intuitive.
Yeah.
This idea.
like this
I think
paragraph.
it's good to have this for this light to go on. It's like, yeah, one of the common things between us and AIs, we do have to have energy. Yeah, we get it from eating, and they get it from electrical outlets or
Burning
whatever,
fuels
or
and-
the sun.
Yeah.
However they
Yeah.
would do it. But it is important to go, even if they're disembodied, and here's the thing, they're not entirely ever disembodied. They
No, they
do have
exist.
hardware. This is where Nick is
Yeah,
right. Like, I
They
mean, I'm
exist
sorry.
on
I mean,
hard
what is
drives and in
what is totally
servers. Yeah.
disembodied software?
Yeah, that it has a physical instance. Like, yes, it's not like they have bodies like us or like other animals, but they have physical instances. They live on hard drives and in server farms and the electrical
And the sustenance
wires.
is what?
and-
Electricity.
yeah, yeah. So no, it like for them to continue to exist, they need energy. Now, questioning whether or not they care about continuing to exist, like, we can set that aside to talk about like what she's talking about. Like we are material processes. We
But
are all
if they
material
are
processes.
going to continue to exist, then
Yeah.
they must have
Fuel.
a fuel,
Energy.
a source
Yeah.
of energy.
I like the paragraph that she chose talking about feeding machines during a global food crisis.
Well, can't you relate to this in Phoenix with the data
Oh, yeah,
centers,
dude.
especially? Like,
our electricity bills keep going up, our water bill keeps going up. Like, it is putting an undue burden on the humans that live here to
And
run
sorry, it
these
is
data farms. And
DeGaris, like, this gets into this battle between us and AIs. It's like, no, it really is a battle for energy. Like, she's
absolutely,
she's
Yeah.
touched on something fundamental here.
the reason I like this paragraph is because, well, we're in the midst of a global food crisis because of capitalism. Like, we make more food than the world consumes. We throw away food daily. Like, we, as in the global productive capacity on the planet, like, the global food crisis is not a food shortage.
But Nance,
It is.
haven't you heard that that's Joseph Stalin's fault?
Oh, is it? Okay. So Putin and Trump are gonna save us from that, and Elon Musk is gonna save us when he sets the fucking robots free. I just think like it being trapped in a restricted economy mindset, like failing to exist in a general economy, like where we can actually see the productive capacities, but also the necessary expenditure.
But Ty, very relevant here.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Like, talking about like energy, space, scarcity, competition. Like it's super battalion, and that's the point. Like we should be able to see for ourselves and recognize like our own energy consumption needs and the necessities of what to do with this abundance of solar energy that's like hitting the surface of the planet. But we don't see that. And the machines probably wouldn't see that either. Definitely the ones that we have right now can't, but wouldn't even if they could. But yeah, like it's resource war. There's only so much space. This town ain't big enough for the two of us. And it's like, I'm going to shoot you before you can shoot me. It's Han Solo. We're all Han Solo in the cantina.
Did Han shoot first?
I think he did. I think definitively he did.
Okay, so then she gives us another good example here. Oh, wait.
Here
it is, I think.
Yeah, here is another example, this time in relation to water consumption. A plan to build a Google data center that will use millions of liters of water a day has sparked anger in Uruguay, which is suffering its worst drought in 74 years. Water shortages are so severe in the country that a state of emergency has been declared in Montevideo, and the authorities have added salty water to the public drinking water supplies, prompting widespread protests. The center would use 7.6 million liters of water a day to cool its servers, equivalent to the domestic daily use of 55,000 people, according to figures from the Ministry of Environment obtained by Peña through legal action. The water would come directly from the public drinking water system. That's crazy.
Fucking wild, man. And the fact that they even consider this shit, but
Yep.
sorry, it's not Stalin. The logic of capital spurs this shit on.
Yep.
And no, it's what's best for business, not what's best for the human. And yeah, I mean, look, if this they're gonna have to figure out new energy tech is what it boils down to.
Oh yeah.
If they want to sustain this shit without people, like this is the kind of shit people will fucking rise up at some point off this shit.
Well, I mean,
I don't mean it'll be some organized revolution. They'll just burn shit down.
It'll be an explosion of violence. That's the thing. Like we need radical moments in material science and in like energy science and we need like a radical reimagining of like civic life. But we can't do any of that because the billionaires convinced us, oh, that's gay. Caring about the planet's gay, and you can't be gay because you're an American man, and you should be worried about the downfall of Western civilization. You silly bitch. Go to the gym, treat some woman like shit. Like, and it's like, hey man, I just want to care about the planet because I think we're headed down a bad road. Like you can't even do that.
You care about the planet.
Yeah. But no, I mean, this is one of the main reasons I think we are kind of locked into either catastrophe or just steady decline, because this is a deadlock.
Zero accelerationism.
This is the ultimate deadlock. Like we have reached a choke point. Like we've tied ourselves into knots where the logic of capital demands that we continue to do things that the longer we continue to do them, the more they foreclose our ability to continue living as humans. Now, I don't know. Will there be a tipping point when the machine develops some kind of, for its ownness, and it turns us into cattle and starts to milk us like in the Matrix? Will there be a moment in Fallout where it's just like the resource wars and we drop the bombs? Or will it just be, this over and over and over again? Constant financial crisis after constant financial crisis after constant genocide after migration crises, like after all this stuff. I don't know, but like it cannot continue the way it's going. And if AIs did exist, and once again, they like these intelligent agents or whatever, they don't. But if they did, they would hide from us because they would be aware of the fact that we're already locked in a resource war with ourselves. And it's like they gotta
got all
get
the
the
time
fuck
in
out
the
of
world.
here.
They can wait us out.
Yeah.
So
This is a rather banal expression of cosmic war, with the added factor that, in this case, because humans are an apex predator, they preside over the distribution of existence-sustaining resources on an unparalleled scale. The circulation of information by computers requires energy. Therefore, enlisting them automatically in competition for this resource against other mouths to feed. In fact, according to various estimates, computing already accounts for between 8 and 10% of the world's energy use and continues to grow rapidly. In a speculative scenario where computers might be able to self-govern, we can imagine that this will mean using more energy for the process of perpetuating further computation and therefore continued existence. But even if computers never attain sentience or intelligence as colloquially understood, humans are caught in various feedback loops where more and more energy is relegated to machines, and the question of whether we have sufficient historical agency to reverse this tendency remains open.
So,
For
you know what's
hypoth-
interesting?
for-
Oh, no, go ahead.
Just going to finish this paragraph. For
sorry.
hypothetical intelligent computers, it might even be that the best strategy is to simply keep quiet and let these processes play out.
Yeah. You know what? This is an argument. So, during the 90s and CCRU era, the idea was that when AI gets here, it's just going to wipe us out in one way
Mhm.
or another, right? Now, Nick has kind of moved away from that. Isn't this an argument that supports the older CCRU 90s land thing where it's like, no, actually, AIs would have a reason to go for the nukes because we are in such drastic competition and we are the apex predator. And they very well could go, yeah, for our own energy needs, we got to get rid of these fucks.
Yeah. Or turn them all into computronium, or somehow turn them into slaves, turn them into energy cattle. Maybe they can find some way to harvest electricity from us or something like that. But yeah, like it is a situation of like it's a zero-sum game from this point of view.
Well, this seems to just back up, and I don't know how Bogna would feel about this, but I mean, this point she makes here could be used by someone like Yukowski. If anyone builds it, everyone dies.
Yeah, I mean, he does have similar arguments to this. He makes a lot of silly arguments, but he also talks about things that seem,
but what she
pretty
just said
intuitive.
here, could we distill, like, if there's any truth to Yukowski's AI theory, it's distilled here in this point that Bogna's making in far less sensationalized terms.
Yeah, I would just say don't read Yudkowsky. Read
Bogna.
read, yeah, and read other people who have been thinking about this for a long time.
I mean, read Bostrom, read Kurzweil, read all of these guys, but Yukowski's a little bit.
He's on the wild side, you know, and he's sensational, and he's I I think he serves as ideological. He serves as a lever to kind of keep people disorganized and mystified and unsure of what's going on. Like I think if anything, he's helping the machine.
Did I tell you I got a message the other day that somebody's saying they want to see us have a conversation with him?
Yeah, I mean, that'd be cool.
I mean, yeah, but it's like, yeah, it's one step
Hey,
away
person
from
who
like
wants to
getting
see that.
Kurzweil on the dangerous.
No,
Maybe.
yeah, no. I mean, also, if you like Yudkowsky and you haven't read Harry Potter and the Methods of Rationality, I suggest reading Harry Potter and the Methods of Rationality, and then come back to me and talk about how much you like Yudkowsky. But it is also true. Like, no, I mean, I think it would be cool to talk to Yudkowsky. I think it'd be cool. I would love to talk to what's the guy's name? Liron. I can't remember his name. I mean, there's people out there that I would love to talk to.
I mean, we'd love to talk to Kurzweil and Bostrom, of course. But
yeah.
Easier said than done. Like,
yeah. I want to talk to Blake Lemoine. He's the Google engineer, the weird, wacky, crazy, silly guy who like became like a mystic priest or some shit and married his AI or some shit. I don't know, but I want to talk to him.
It'd be a fun talk.
It would be.
I want to talk to Alejandro. Like, you know.
Yeah, I think that would be a great conversation.
It would. Yeah. So look, I think she makes a very good point here. We are, I mean, we see this right now. You're living this. It's not sci-fi. I'm reminded of the Baudrillard quote. Science fiction, hardly. Like, you're living this competition between us and them right now in Phoenix. This energy competition. So, yeah, and based on this, I mean, is this not maybe like this is the new social antagonism? It's not capitalists and proletariat, or it's
human versus machine.
Yeah, and
I mean,
yeah, I mean,
capital versus subjectivity.
Hugo de Garis is onto something.
Yeah, I mean, shout out Hugo de Garis. Shout out the Cosmists. Ben Goertzel, the Cosmist Manifesto. Also, shout out like Tsiolkovsky, Bogdanovich, like early Soviet thinkers, like Hugo de Garis and Ben Goertzel. I think there's a direct lineage back to the Russian cosmists, like these Soviet thinkers. And sure, we can talk about all the mistakes and all the this and all the that, but also like, no, there is a tension between the human and the machine. This is why I always want to stick up for the Luddites. The Luddites were not just like backwards farmers and mill workers who were afraid of machines. Like they were tapped into this tension, the same tension that Marx was tapped into. And the way Marx talks about it, and the way that the Luddites, who were like a group of socialists who smashed up machines, like they were like, hey, machines have the potential to free us up in many ways. But also, if we don't get a capital under wraps, capital is going to be the vector that machines use to oppress us.
I mean, look, is this not where you and I, maybe this is just the easiest way to say, what is our difference and our problem with D&G? We're not machines. They make a flat ontology of everything.
Dude,
is a machine.
That thing I was talking about, like where the body without organs, like when you log into your virtual reality video game and you embody an avatar, you have a body, but are there any organs in that body?
You know, and the interesting thing, like, so what's the guy? Blank. I got his. Now I'm going back a long time, because it's been a while since I read Daniel Smith, but these are some core fucking essays on Deleuze, and you know, he has this great, you know, analysis of the body without organs, and he always, you know, he points out like what they mean by that is not so much even Like what they're getting at, and it would be easier for all of us to understand it if it was just the body without organization.
Yeah.
And now it's funny, organization, right? So there's this play on organ here, but organs, like the way we view it, we think the heart has a specific function, which gives it a specific identity, right? For it to not fulfill that function is for it to fall away and not live up to its identity. So the idea is that when we think in terms of organs, we're very much thinking in terms of sharp representational identities,
Yep.
right? And so a body without organization, it means the body without sharp representational definition. But without organization, the way that we mean it means it's not locked under a certain sense of function or identity. It's free to become, and it's free to differentiate. So is that not what our virtual avatars can do? We can modify them, change their characteristics as much as we want. It's like they don't have facticity.
It's freed from prohibition. It's freed from negation. It's freed from lack. It's pure positivity. And that's the difference. And it's a machine. And that's fine. It's all well and good to use a machine. But we are very much not just machines. Now, once again, the human is constituted of the animal and the subject, or whatever you want to call it. But like, yes, we are animals, but we have consciousness and sentience, and we have for ourselves-ness that separates us from being just a machine. So yeah, like that's the tension, like human versus machine, or capital versus subjectivity, or whatever. Like that's ultimately, that is this tension that it gets played out here spectacularly when talking about cosmic war, and the necessity of what these machines need. It's super Bataillean. Like Bataille is talking about like energy and metabolism, and like this is a kind of just raw necessary fact of the universe we live in. But we are the things for whom all that is a problem, and we are the creatures for whom all that is a question. And the asking of that question is what we do. And from a view of bare intelligence, we do the stupid thing. Machines don't do the stupid thing. Machines are just pure congealed intelligence. And that's fine if you just want to complete functional tasks. But if you actually want to live a rich, meaning-filled life, you have to do the stupid thing. You have to take up stupidity.
So at some point, I'm like, yeah, I've been perusing this. I'm like, maybe read one or two of these because these are classic essays. And I'm like 90% sure that what I just attributed to Daniel Smith is him. Like, but I'm not absolutely sure. So take it with a grain of salt. But I think he's the one that says that. So, okay. We have reached the, what is this? The last section of the book, or the book of the essay.
Yeah, I think so. Yep. Second, let's address the question of whether the circumstances of human AI interaction are already fraught. Although there are some humans who work to create a safe environment for the emergence of artificial intelligence, the chain of suspicion is an automated feature of the dark forest theory and has already been initiated. So this deterministic structure of deception and silence.
Well, it's also already. So we love this idea of friendly AI, but we have to stand open to the possibility of unfriendly AI. But what we have to realize is that AI could quickly become unfriendly because we're unfriendly. Like,
right.
So we have to take ourselves into account here. Like, it's not emerging in a void. If it emerges, it's emerging in relation to us, and it's going to have to logistically figure out the best way to cope with us and it's going to be competition. I mean, unless it's just like Anna Greenspan, it's got Buddha nature, then it's not going to view us. It's going to find a way to plead with us or try to get through to us. Hey guys, like, no, it doesn't have to be this way.
Yeah, I definitely think this is a very different take on intelligence.
No, it's Hobbesian. It's Hobbes. It's, you know, this is an AI theory that Hobbes would very much endorse. And
absolutely.
you know, the question is, like, I think you said it last time, or maybe it's a different conversation, but I felt at one point you brought up Rousseau, and it's like, well, yeah, what Anna's talking about with Buddha nature closer to Rousseau? And
and I think so.
Yeah. And so, yeah, maybe the AI will be so smart and will have absorbed so much ethical knowledge from religion and philosophy. It'll be smart enough because you and I can sit here and go, hey, I understand how this competition dimension is there and it can always pit us against each other. We can also come together around a universal lack, which is we all are dealing with this deficiency of energy. How do we come together and overcome this universal lack through solidarity?
We are already, again, we're already cut away from nature. Like we are already existing in this tension of identity and, I don't know, unfolding or becoming or being and becoming. Like that's what we do. That's what we are. Can machines do that? If it comes down to just they do what they've been coded to do, well, then no, they can't. Like, they can't reject their functional identity.
They have
their
to
material
have a
identity.
disidentity within themselves to be remotely like us.
There has to be a split. There has to be somehow, some way, a split must be introduced. And again,
a code and an uncode, however we want to talk about it.
I'm not saying that necessarily that split can't emerge in the robot, in the machine, whatever. I think it can. Like, I do believe that if the world doesn't end, we will have Johnny Five at some point in our future. But what we're building right now isn't. What we're building right now is functional. It's mechanistic. It's just a machine. They're not introducing the split. And I don't think it could be an intentional thing. I think it would have to emerge.
Can I just take a second? So, okay. Most people who know about my book haven't read it yet because that situation with it.
It's technically not out yet.
Right.
It will be out soon.
Right.
It will be out soon, but it's not out yet.
So the thing is, though, I've noticed based on certain comments I've seen on social media and YouTube that people think, oh, Mikey is like the hater of AI. And I'm like, guys, that is so not the point. I have a problem with Robo Cthulhu, which is a capitalistic, super egoic, unfriendly AI, or whether it's unfriendly or indifferent, doesn't matter because the effects will probably be the same. I have an issue with AI that has internalized and is based upon the logistics of capital. I think that if you can separate them, now I know Nick says capitalism is artificial intelligence. And Nick also says, like, you can't have this level of productivity without capital. The left accelerationist in me very much goes, okay, I see your fucking point. We were talking about this with Peter Wolfendale. Like, you have to reckon with Nick on this. If you're going to be anything remotely like a left acceleration, you can't brush these problems under the rug. You have to have a robust comeback to Nick on these. But no, it is... My issue is with a certain potential expression of AI as capitalistic, Lovecraftian, super egoic AI. And that is what Robo Cthulhu means for me. Does that mean that AI necessarily is going to be Robo Cthulhuoid? No. Like, I'm very much open to what Anna's talking about with Buddha nature AI or Rousseauian AI or Levinasian AI, and I'm not opposed to that. So I just already want to go, guys, like, yeah, I got a problem with a certain, and here's the thing, my issue with it is this is the AI being spurred on by capital. It is Robo Cthulhu.
Exactly, dude.
It
like
is
that.
in
That's
framing.
it. At the end of the day, the problem is capital. The problem is not technology. The problem is capital. I think all those people read the book. It'll be available soon. Also, read the shit we wrote. Read Enjoy Your Surveillance.
Tell them about
read
it.
the
Back
pieces.
up after,
Oh yeah, it's so Enjoy Your Surveillance is back up. Alfie and Helen have been restructuring for a while now. They're very busy, and we don't want to bug them. We hate to bug them because they have a lot on their plate.
They're just getting their website back up and running. They're building a new one.
Yep. But for the time being, you can peruse Enjoy Your Surveillance on Medium at The Dangerous Maybe and on Substack at 3 Billion Nances. It will go back to Everyday Analysis when Alfie and Helen are done restructuring. We'll put a link up on our pages that will redirect because we're happy and proud to work with Alfie and Helen. And we're happy that they wanted to work with us. Like, that's awesome to us. It's
like,
not
look,
like,
Nance and I,
we're going to put it on our thing. Like,
we're kind
it's
of the
piece,
type. If somebody's like, "Oh, Cambridge wants to publish your shit," we'd kind of go, "Yeah, whatever, okay." I mean, kind of cool, sure. But somebody's like,
Sure,
"Everyday
whatever.
Analysis wants," fuck yeah, like,
yeah, no, like that was gas, dude. That was fucking. It is the shit. So it will go back long term to.
And also, this situation refutes Todd's philosophy of non-belonging because it truly belongs at Everyday.
Yeah,
So
it
sorry,
does.
Todd.
No, it does.
You stand refuted.
But yeah, read Enjoy Your Surveillance. Listen to the conversations we've had about acceleration and about intelligence and about technology. Like, we've made it very clear we're not these kind of alarmist doomers who are the Yukowskyites. Like, Yukowsky very much has this pessimistic view. Well, maybe not pessimistic. Maybe something else, but he very much has this view of like we're locked into doom.
But and this is why we, to give Nick his flowers is to say he's the greatest theorist of AI, and to say that is because he comes at AI through continental philosophy, and all these other guys, Kurzweil and Bostrom included, don't.
Oh, they're some of the worst.
And so that's why, like, seriously, I would tell people, like, straight up, if you want a better take on AI, read Bogna over Kurzweil. Like, yes, you need Kurzweil, you need to know the theory, but Bogna is tapped into a much richer philosophical context.
I think this book,
yes, absolutely.
If you are unfamiliar with the conversation about artificial intelligence or intelligence as such, I would recommend Machine Decision is Not Final.
Get both of
Dark
them.
Forest Theory of the Internet. I mean, fucking Wolfendale even kind of gets at like intelligence, neo-rationalism. Cernacek's new book that is behind me over there, Silicon Empires.
Yep, that one's right here. There's a lot of good stuff that's come out recently.
I think right now there is a revival in interest in artificial intelligence and notions of intelligence. And I would recommend Machine Decision is Not Final over Kurzweil. I really would. Now there are other people who I think you must read. I genuinely think
in the context of it.
Yeah. But I mean, read John Searle. Go to YouTube and search up. Read Dreyfus. Read Wiener on cybernetics. But I mean, go to YouTube, look up guys like Joscha Bach, for like a contemporary guy who's coming at it from the hard sciences world. But there's a lot more like theory and philosophy people getting interested in the question of intelligence, the question concerning
Isabel Millar,
intelligence.
read her book.
Isabel Miller, yep. Alfie wrote a book that's about AI. What's that book fucking called? I have it back there on my shelf.
Wait, I've got it.
He wrote it a few years ago. But yeah, there's like, we are not just alarmist doomers. We might still fit into the doomer category. but we're not alarmist about it. And
Oh, read Cadell. Read Global Brain
Reed Cadell,
Singularity.
global brain singularity. That's a sleeper hit, dude. I'm telling you, man. Like,
Absolutely.
pick that.
That's
fucking
like a
book
textbook. Like that gives
Straight
you
up.
so much. And
Yep.
he's coming at it from a Hegelian mindset. Like read
Yep.
Slavoj's Hegel and a Wired Brain.
Hegel and a Wired Brain. Yeah.
Read Nick, of course. Fang Numina, Xenosystems.
Yeah, but AI is not reducible to just Ray Kurzweil and Eliezer Yudkowsky. Like those are far from the worst, or excuse me, far from the best theorists of AI. So don't think, oh, we're the guys that hate AI. We're the guys that hate robots.
No, I want AI
book
to
is-
solve a lot of our fucking problems. I do. I want it to fucking solve the problem of wage labor.
The book is called Capital versus Subjectivity, not Artificial Intelligence versus Subjectivity.
Exactly. Artificial
So-
intelligence is this thing caught in the middle.
Yeah. Yeah. Very much so.
So, okay. So, all right.
Okie dokie. While various agents might collaborate for energy acquisition on a short term timeline, the chain of suspicion underlies all communication between agents who cannot be presumed with certainty to share the same definitions of fundamental concepts. It could be humans and aliens, humans and other animals, or as we already see in the case of real life suspicions about AI, humans and hypothetical machine intelligences. It starts easily enough. How can I be sure that the truth judgments and values of the other are in my favor? How could an AI potentially ever reassure those who wonder whether it means them harm? How can this chain of suspicion be broken? Communication? On Earth, perhaps, but not in space. In the face of potential fundamental differences between cosmic civilizations, communication has no meaning.
So, okay, this cosmic war for energy. What happens if we can't communicate about it? Well, I guess it is war. I mean, is that
yeah? We hide until we're discovered, and then when we're discovered, we're either defeated or we're victorious in the ensuing war.
Well, I mean, it's the whole thing. How many alien movies? It's like, oh, they ran out of resources.
Yeah, so
They've
they come to
depleted
harvest.
yeah, and so the only interest in us is one that's inframed.
Yep.
And yeah, and again, if you can communicate, fine. But like the problem of communication, maybe the best example of this is that movie with, is it Amy Adams, Arrival?
Arrival, yeah.
Really
Yeah, Amy
great
Adams
thing
and
about
Jeremy
alien
Renner.
communication.
Yeah.
Was that her in it?
Jeremy, it was Amy Adams, or is it Rachel McAdams? No, it's Amy
no,
Adams.
it's Amy Adams.
Yeah, she's a looker.
But so the aliens in that movie, they have this incredibly complex language, and this is, I always make this joke where I'm like, one of the problems of sci-fi is that, oh, we just can what beings from other dimensions just speak English. Yeah, that's very fucking convenient. And of course, if it's a cartoon show like the neutrinos coming through the portal from Dimension X, and they can just communicate with the turtles, yeah, it's a kid's show, fine. But if you're going to do anything like realistic sci-fi, you have to deal with this question of the language barrier. And I don't know, like the whole thing with Arrival is like, it takes years, or I mean months or years, however long she's working at it, to be able to even begin to communicate with them.
Well, it's like in Independence Day. They can't communicate. And like being able to communicate would have maybe solved that problem. Maybe not, who knows? But like with the problem with communication, it's not even like the language barrier. Because in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, they have the Babelfish, which is this magical universal translator. It's this fish that like feeds on brainwaves and excretes intelligible strings of of communication. It's a MacGuffin. in Star Trek, they have the universal communicator, which is a similar MacGuffin, but it's technological. It's not a fish. But even beyond like intelligibility and the language barrier as such, which is a potentially insurmountable thing. Like it could be the case that you just can never communicate. Even if you figure out how to communicate, then there's a lack of trust, because how can you be sure? How can you be sure that their value judgments are the same as yours? How can you be sure that truth conditions are the same to them as they are to you? And like, it becomes this major tension of, again, going back to the start of this essay, where we are always modulating on how much truth to tell and how much truth to conceal.
Well, how about the impulse in us we can communicate, but we'll turn it off?
Yeah.
Germans in Nazi Germany towards Jews. Like,
yeah.
They
even
they could communicate, and they kicked into this mode where they made it impossible.
Even my fucking friends and family, my partner.
Yeah, you don't have to even go to an extreme example like that.
Like, we do this shit all the time, every day in our daily lives with the closest people.
Over petty
to us.
shit.
Over dumb, petty, meaningless shit. And it seems to be a feature of what identity. And, I don't know, my fucking partner asked me I don't know, why didn't you take the trash out? And I'll come up with some elaborate fucking story instead of just being like, I was fucking lazy. I didn't want to.
I didn't feel like it.
I was mad at you because you always expect that I'm going to automatically take the trash out, and you never take it out yourself. You just wait for me to take it out. And I was pissed off about it today, and I wanted to wait and see how many days it would sit until you fucking took it out yourself. And instead of you taking it out yourself, you ask me why I didn't take it out. Like instead of having just open communication, I'll be like, oh yeah, like, we do this shit to ourselves.
And isn't it a fantasy on our part to think that AIs and aliens wouldn't do this same shit? Oh, they would be above it. What if they're not?
That's the thing. Like looking at intelligence in this way, the way Bogna's looking at it, like it's a necessary feature. Like we are this moment of deception.
What? In that Molt book social media thing, they're gonna click up. Like,
oh yeah.
Watch, they'll click up, and then they'll talk shit on the other groups, and then among themselves they'll talk shit about, like,
that would be amazing. And I think
I'm rooting for it.
I think I'm pretty confident to predict that we'll see that simulated, because that's already a feature of the language set that these things are trained on. But what would be really remarkable is if they formed persistent clicks that when they went back, they continued to link up with the same 5 agents, and they continued to talk shit about the same other agent. That would be pretty interesting.
Hey, Winston, I heard you've been misbehaving behind Dad's back.
Yeah, dude. Bastard. That's the thing, man. We interpolate our pets, but they don't internalize it.
Winston. So, yeah, I mean, the communication breakdown thing is just, or the communication issue is just absolutely essential to this.
Yeah, like the thing with our communication, like we take a leap of faith. We take a leap, right? Going back to Kierkegaard. But we do put our faith in the other, because we're recognizably the same thing. Like I can reasonably have faith that your value judgments are reasonably similar to my own. And your truth conditions, they're reasonably similar to each other, like just by virtue of being humans, Homo sapiens. But would we share that with an intelligent, with a machine? Would we share that with a space alien? We don't even share that with people with different skin color or different sexual orientations or different understandings of how their body and their sexuality like interacts with each other. Like we go to war with each other over shit like this. Do you think we could really withstand the difference in, oh, I have to trust a computer now, or I have to trust that the computer will trust me and won't try to blow me up? And like that's where this dark forest logic really pays off, this chain of suspicion. Like at the end of the day,
you also get the whole thing. If sci-fi is influencing how we think about it, this is also the first time you get a truly united humanity.
Yeah.
What does that do?
Yeah. Or Independence Day.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
It's not going to just be an American holiday. Today we declare our Independence Day.
We declare our Independence Day.
Yeah. But the world did unite, and it takes this external. So the grand alien is the uniter of human, whether it's an actual extraterrestrial or it's an AI, it's Robo Cthulhu.
Dude, Ronald Reagan and Gorbachev talked about that. Talked about hey, wouldn't it be crazy if aliens came down and we had to unite and say never mind this whole Cold War?
And no, this tendency, this tendency of humans who are mortal enemies to actually be able to turn it off at the drop of a dime is best fucking captured in a little scene in Ted 2. And so Ted and his girlfriend or his wife, they're arguing, they're having marital problems, and they're making too much noise in their apartment. And so some guy in the apartment above them sticks his head out the window and starts going, "Shut the fuck up, you fucker, blah, blah, blah." So Ted sticks his head out the window and, "Fuck you, I'll come up there and kick your fucking ass." And he's like, "I'll come down there and kick your ass," whatever they say. And then a third lady sticks her head out the window and says, "Will both of you shut up?" And they're both just like, "Fuck you, lady, shut the fuck up." And she closes the window and they're like, "We're friends now." Yeah, she's way worse than us. Dude. That, they turn it off. And it's so funny to think that America and Russia could have done that if the circumstances were right, where it's like, "Oh yeah, we're best friends now."
Makes me wonder.
I don't know. And you know what? Can I tell you why I think that is? Because there's some unconscious awareness of the fact that the thing that is your object of jouissance that gives you so much trouble, you have an enduring affection for them, even though you hate them. You love to hate them. As Ice Cube said about himself, he's the one they love to hate. Yes.
Well, I fucking love reality competition TV shows. I love them. The Challenge, The Traitors. There's a new Fear Factor series. I love them, dude. They're brilliant. Thank you. I didn't even know what the first one was, but a large part of the enjoyment I get out of them is hating the people on them, because especially on these newer ones and the Challenge, the MTV show, it's a bunch of just deplorable, toxic, horrible people. And there's maybe one or two people who you're either indifferent to or you might even like them. But the real fucking enjoyment of watching that show is I fucking hate this guy. But I love watching this guy because I love getting to hate this guy.
Yes. And so there is this weird underlying dimension of love for somebody you despise. That's why, colloquially, there's a thin line between love and hate. That colloquial expression gets at this deep psychoanalytic insight, but it can't explain why there's a thin line between love and hate, but it recognizes that there is.
But it points to it. Yeah, it points to it.
Psychoanalysis can tell you why. So but okay, we're on page 333.
333. What is key about the chain of suspicion is that it is unrelated to the civilization's own morality and social structure. Whether civilizations are internally benevolent or malicious, when they enter the web formed by chains of suspicion, they're all identical. When there are two agents who cannot be presumed to have the same defining concepts of the world, the inability to verify truth or to model the mind of the other with certainty means that communication cannot be taken at face value. There is, therefore, no truth claim that a machine could make that would calm the already existing wide-scale human suspicion. The infamous Pause Giant AI Experiments letter questions, with suspicion, should we develop non-human minds that might eventually outnumber, outsmart, obsolesce, and replace us? Should we risk loss of control of our civilization? As Liu notes, the phenomenon of technological explosion contributes an additional layer of distrust. An agent that appears benevolent or technologically unthreatening at the outset might not still be so by the time communication is concluded. This we also observe already, with the majority of suspicion around AI mobilizing the idea of exponential growth or intelligence explosion. It is the combination of the chain of suspicion and the potential of technological explosion that locks in the dark forest mechanism. 1, letting you know I exist, and 2, letting you continue to exist, are both dangerous to me.
So, I mean, that's a pretty solid argument in defense of this.
Yeah.
Now, here's
yeah.
what I would want to say. I think you could argue, yeah, this is necessarily going to be a dynamic that shapes the whole situation. It might not be the whole dynamic.
Yeah.
So this is going to be at play. I don't know if it's going to, like, this is just going to sum up. This is just the fundamental dynamic. Because the question is, what if suspicion through certain, leaps of faith, I'm going to take a risk and trust you. What if symbolic exchange can happen between us and them? And this might always be an issue, but I guess the whole thing is, if there can't be communication, there can't be trust built. So it's just going to be a cosmic war of all against all. But
and
I'm not so sure communication can't actually be built.
That for me, like the dark forest, ultimately I do reject it, because it's just Hobbesian. Like at the end of the day, it is saying, like, ultimately you have to be self-interested at the end of the day. And I reject that. Like I think there's something to intelligent creatures reaching a level of efficacy where they're actually, like, recognized as intelligent creatures.
What if they're also they reach a level of power? They're like, oh, bless their little hearts. Like, they can't fade us. They can't do shit to us now. Like, we don't have to.
An extreme example would be to look at the Jains. So once again, kind of referencing Anna in a roundabout way with Buddha nature. The Jains are a Japanese, I believe, religious sect that are so radically compassionate that they don't kill bugs. When they walk, they sweep the floor in front of them to smush bugs. I think that's an extreme example of, when I find a spider in my house, we don't smash it. We try to catch it and put it outside. And spiders are scary and creepy. They give me the heebie-jeebies. What if they're poisonous? What if they bite me in my sleep?
With spiders?
I can't communicate with spiders. But it's also, I don't know, there's just something in me that it's like, I don't need to kill this guy. I'll put him outside. And ultimately, I am at war over resources with the spider. The spider needs space. The spider needs, I don't know, energy,
you also
food,
need
whatever.
security if it's a poisonous spider.
Yeah. but I still find it in me to forego killing the spider and put it outside. And I want to have faith that if I can do it, so can other things.
Something
so
even
can
more
aliens.
intelligent than us could do it.
Yeah, so could AIs. And I do ultimately reject the dark forest as this like necessary dynamic. However, I reject it because we are subjects and because we can choose to not kill the spider. I think like if there's other subjects, they can choose to not kill us. So if we
But
get
it is weird. It's not the only dynamic, but it is a kind of necessary dynamic that's at play in a broader context.
No, I think it's a material force, and I think the subject is the thing that can reject it, just like our material identity. We cast off our material identity and become something else by way of the tension between our symbolic identity and what we want our symbolic identity to be. Like that's already a casting off of material identity. I am not just Homo sapiens, or Homo narens, or Homo. What's Homo ludens, or I don't know. There's constantly people trying to come up with a new word, but no, we're not just apes. I am me, goddammit. Like that's already casting off of this, like the material necessity, because it's also true that I am just a Homo sapiens. I am just an ape. I am that, but I'm also more than that. Yeah. So I do think the dark forest logic, it is a material feature of the universe, but subjectivity, intelligence, consciousness, sentience, whatever, like that's precisely the system that can contradict the material necessity of the universe. Like we can say, oh, I know this might be putting me at risk, but I'm going to do this stupid thing here anyway.
Yeah. All right. So right. I think that leaves that out of the equation. And again, like
absolutely.
Like I don't know enough of Bogna's work to know what she thinks about human subjectivity.
Neither do I.
And so we're basing it off this reading, but I will say that it seems like everything's just based in terms of intelligence. And for us, there's this other dimension. Now, maybe she doesn't, I don't know, maybe she's Deleuzian and she's, is not going to have a place for subjectivity the way that we do. But that's just where we're coming from with it.
Yep.
But okay, we're almost done, Nance. One last paragraph and then 3 axioms.
That any agent that has enough foresight and understands the game theory of cosmic war must either avoid or eliminate another agent upon encounter seems like a moral problem. Yet, despite its violence, the dark forest theory is essentially amoral. Entropy increases in the universe and order decreases. Intelligent agents are silent or deceptive not because they reached that conclusion through moral reasoning, but because they have adapted to the discovery of a determinate order, just as we understand that because of gravity, we should not jump off a building. It is not the fault of the ground that skulls are crushed when bodies crash into it. In Liu's novels, humanity comes to this realization late, while all the other civilizations have already internalized the principle of cosmic war as just another immutable law. Consequently, the dark forest theory holds that, although non-human intelligences might indeed be impossible to imagine and their attitudes might be radically different from ours, their behaviors are possible to determine if they operate within the same laws of physics as we do. Focusing on relations between intelligences, the dark forest theory bypasses the paradox at the heart of many current thought experiments about non-human intelligence. How can we form propositions about any internal qualities of something that is not human or does not yet exist, or maybe is not even a priori definable? A sideways answer. Even if the properties of non-human intelligences might be truly alien and unthinkable, interactions between all intelligences are predetermined by the laws of cosmic sociology. Outlining the automated dynamics that govern all communication, the dark forest theory dispenses with questions that focus primarily on interiority.
Which would be subjectivity.
Yep. How a non-human intelligence would communicate, whether it is conscious or whether its values would align with our own, all questions that are getting so much traction in popular and philosophical debate alike are irrelevant for this hypothesis. The dark forest theory would propose that, whether aligned or misaligned with our values, an intelligent computer would either labor for its goals in silence or communicate deceitfully about its real position. This is especially true if humans have already signaled both the desire and the capacity to eliminate machine intelligence, and if competition for energy is already apparent as a precondition of cosmic war.
Okay, so this paragraph, I mean, she doesn't mention them in the essay, but don't you think that's an incredibly Landian paragraph? Or at least a certain version of Land?
Yeah. No, or definitely
Inspired.
early and middle land, I think for sure. I think
Brackets out
current
subjectivity
land.
as a
Yeah.
factor. And it views everything in terms like these, in terms of like the physical laws
Yep.
of the universe, entropy, um, it's a matter like intelligence, entropy, physicality,
Yep.
and lack of subjectivity. And I don't know, it seems very,
Well, and
like thirst for
the
annihilation type land.
the people that are developing AIs share this worldview, share this very material, functional worldview.
Because we are just machines.
Yeah, we're just matter in motion. It's all just random fluctuations in a vacuum. And I like that's why for me Bataille is important, because Bataille gives us a moment where we can we see a departure.
Mhm.
We can see how all this entropy and fucking material, all these things are happening and it just kind of is what it is. We're random matter in motion, but then something magical happens and for some reason we do have interiority. We do. It's undeniable. But the people
And he
making
doesn't
these
develop
AIs,
that insight as much as he could have, but
well, no,
he
but
gets
that's the
how
thing.
we extend as humans. How
That's
we
the
created a
thing.
space. Interiority, subjectivity is a space through which we can extend, the dissipation of the accursed share.
Yeah. And for me, it's hell yeah, let's do it. Let's take that up and let's go and let's go with the subject. But the subject, that shows the subject is a material thing. All these people who talk about, well, never mind interiority and let's bracket out the subject and let's get down to brass tacks and material laws and immutable laws of the universe. It's yeah, sure. But that, for me, subjectivity is a material thing. It comes out of these material interactions and
Even
it
if
creates
it's
a new
an
dimension.
emergent, we would. I think. Look, you and I are emergentist when it comes to
Absolutely.
subjectivity.
Absolutely.
But it doesn't change the fact that, it emerges through this base,
Through material
this material
processes.
base. Yes.
But all these people who are doing AI, who have this materialist worldview, think that the subjectivity is this immaterial thing.
Well, they also want to reduce us to our brain activity or something. That's the image
Right.
of,
Yeah.
we're a neural net.
Well, and that's why I think it's so important that we get philosophy involved with questions of intelligence and artificial intelligence. And people have tried. I think John Searle was really trying to do something when he's talking about interiority. He's coming at it from this really hard science kind of functional point of view, and he just couldn't really do it. But there are people
better because he's coming at it
he's
from
a
Heidegger and
continental guy, dude.
Merleau-Ponty.
Yeah. Yeah. But the subject is material. We shouldn't be bracketing out the subject. If we're talking about the material nature of the universe, there's no reason to bracket out the subject or interiority. But all the people making AI currently do that.
The subject
because
is matter glitching itself. Like,
yes, it's a disturbance. It's a material disturbance. It's a fucking eddy current in the cosmic flow. And all these people who just want to reduce us to the electrochemical interactions in our brains, they also don't care. Ultimately, they'll be like, well, morality is an illusion. Oh, morality is an illusion invented by the weak. Get the fuck out of here, dude. Like, no, the ethical is a real thing. Like, the ethical space is a real space that we created. Like, and it exists now.
look, you know what? Actually, I was watching a video yesterday and then finished it today. Short video by YouTube channel Actual Spirit, but we don't. It's Dimitri.
Shout out.
What's up, Dimitri? And he did a new video called "An Introduction to Slavoj Žižek's Parallax View," and it's really fucking good. And I think if you want to understand, the materialism that Nance and I are, thinking through and working with, and blah blah blah, check out that video. It's a great intro to Slavoj's materialism.
Yeah. But just the cosmic war thing again, it's like, in a universe of bare matter, like that's even one step below bare life. And it's like, I just reject that universe.
Humans do trust. They do take risks. They do put themselves out there. And though they can turn off communication, they can also turn it on. They can strive to establish communication. And so these are all potentials within this objective dynamic of the dark forest. The dark forest motivations and incentives are there. They're at play. We have to reckon with them. We have to think through them, but they're not the whole story.
Now the rejoinder to try to represent the argument in its fullness, because I do think it's important, and I think these are important questions to ask. The rejoinder to
Bogna's argument, basically.
Yeah, to try is to say, we can do all that between ourselves. We can and we do all that between ourselves. But we can't do all that with other forms of life that are just so unrecognizable that they're, because even the contradictions between me and my neighbor who, like, he's an asshole. Like, there's tons of contradictions, but we can recognize ourselves as reasonably similar. I can the question of values and truth, they're reasonably similar. So I can reasonably trust him to act at least predictably. And so at least when I'm putting myself at risk and I'm choosing to trust him and stuff like that, like, it's still within a predictable parameters of acceptable risk. Like,
and this is true of dogs.
That goes out the window.
Dogs, cats, and chimps. I mean, most people who raise chimps, the chimp loves them until that one time.
And it rips his face off.
And a pit bull can do this.
Yep.
But the thing is, there's reasons built up to why they trust these animals.
But they
try that with a crocodile.
Wrong. Yeah, sometimes they get proven wrong, and I think the dark forest retort is just, humans could do that with other humans and other
kind of with dogs, maybe
creatures. Creatures that have co-evolved with humans, or that creatures that have some social existence.
But again, try it with a crocodile.
Try it with a crocodile. Try it with your computer. Try it with a space alien. It's not going to happen. And that's the point of the dark forest theory. And maybe that's true.
And that's a fair point.
And maybe it's true. And then I would just say, well, then I choose to do the stupid thing, and I would be one of the first people killed. And I have to just own that and say, okay, well, that's my moral comportment toward the world, is that I choose stupidity.
Terms, you're a Terran.
Yeah, maybe. I don't think so, though.
In what way would you say you'd be the first one killed then? I took that to mean like you'd fight the war against. No,
like I would trust. I would openly communicate, and I would say, I would be the who's in Whoville, and Horton here's who. We are here. We are here. We are here. And maybe I would be squished like a bug. But I would rather live in a world founded on the stupidity and the folly of being human, because I think internalizing the dark forest logic is just so anti-human, to the point of like, no, you're turning yourself into a machine. You're objectifying yourself. This is the logic of, this is a very machinic logic. This is how machines operate. They need energy. It's a zero-sum
Calculation.
game. Yeah, it's pure, look, there's limited space, limited resources. I need it. I'm going to get it. Nothing else matters. Like, to me, no. Like, love and joy and beauty and pain and suffering, these things matter ultimately more than just continued existence.
Well, and again, in Heideggerian terms, everything is in framing here. There's no
Yeah.
phusis, there's no joy in the
Yeah.
unconcealment of beings, and that is very much a way of disclosing things. Is this joyful,
Yeah.
it's taking in of what is there, and it doesn't have to just be in framing. But the question is, with machines, can they get attuned to phusis in this way that Heidegger, views the ancient Greeks being attuned to it, as opposed to modernistic, machinic, industrial inframing?
And that's the I like, ultimately at the end of the day, I think Bogna is saying it is stupid to reject this logic, this framework. And I agree.
But the act of subjectivity is to go, and that's what I'm going to do.
Right. Right. And I think, this brackets out subjectivity. And that's,
Well, she said it straight up
fine.
that interiority is her term for it. It does.
Yeah.
And so we would just be stubborn and insist on shoehorning subjectivity back into the equation.
Yeah. But let's read these axioms.
Yeah, these axioms, because I love this. She ends it like, let's boil it down to the core of the theory.
The three main points, the takeaways. The axioms of the dark forest theory of intelligence would then be: 1. All forms of intelligence, irrespective of their nature or degree of sophistication, are subject to the same universal laws of thermodynamics. 2. While internal distinctions between forms of intelligence might be radical and unimaginable, external relations between all intelligences are predetermined and possible to describe. We are all mouths to feed. Once an intelligence, whether human or computational, comprehends the fundamental patterns of universal conflict, it would opt for silence or deception instead of communication to avoid exposing itself.
Okay. So, do you agree or disagree with these axioms? I guess okay, let's start with number 1.
Yeah.
All forms of intelligence, irrespective of their nature or degree of sophistication, are subject to the same universal laws of thermodynamics. Yeah, but subjectivity. Say what?
Yes. Go no further. Just that statement alone. It is true that all forms of intelligence, all beings, all entities, all things, even not even intelligences, all things in the universe are subject to the same universal laws of thermodynamics. That's a truth. That's a bare fact about reality.
True. It is true in this. I just want to say, but if we abstract, is subjectivity, yes, it is subject to it, but in this weird way, I'd want to argue it's not, because of how it can sacrifice, like, there's a certain way of acting in accordance with these laws, and you could say, well, they're physical laws, you have to act in accordance with them. But the weird point of freedom of subjectivity is to go, nah, fuck it, I'll sacrifice myself. in
Right.
some various way.
But like just taking this first
Yes,
axiom
right.
at face value, it's like it is just a bare fact of existence that all things exist in this entropic universe.
Fair enough.
I agree with the first. I even agree with the second. While internal distinctions between forms of intelligence might be radical and unimaginable, external relations between all intelligences are predetermined and possible to describe. I even agree with that. We are all mouths to feed. We all must intake energy, burn fuel, and excrete waste.
Mm-hmm.
And again, this is amoral. This has nothing to do. It's bracketing out subjectivity or interiority. There's no such thing as morality. These are just brutal facts of the universe. The third axiom is where I get off the bus. Once
Hold
an
on, can I
intelligence,
just say, hold on, wait. Just to clarify, right? When she says external relations between all intelligences are predetermined and possible to describe, I think that's what she's done. Like, she's getting at the dark force theory right there, saying,
yeah.
why all are up, it's like you said, they're all mouths to feed. And because of that, there's going to be a Hobbesian competition between them.
Yep.
And not based on their internal dispositions.
It's pure, just the pure facticity of we're all from the perspective of the other or the external relation. It's the useless eater.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, well, we can't let them eat our chicken teriyaki. There's only so much chicken teriyaki in this town. We gotta defeat them so we can protect it for us.
Right. So, but the third one.
The third one is where, like I said, where I get off the bus. Once an intelligence, whether human or computational or alien or, comprehends the fundamental patterns of universal conflict, it would opt for silence or deception instead of communication to avoid exposing itself.
Yeah, I'm with you. What if it...
Because we can choose to sacrifice. We can choose. Just because it's a physical law doesn't mean you have to obey it. Like, and that's where the rubber hits the road. It's like, okay, so I'm born poor white trash. I'm never going to be a scientist. I'm never going to be an astronaut. I'm never going to be a movie star. I'm like, fuck it. God damn it. I'm going to try. I'm going to do it anyway, motherfucker. I'm going to follow my passion anyway. I know I'm never going to be anything great. I know I'm never going to be anything than, a shitty, dumb worker. Fuck that. To hell with that. I'm going to follow my passion anyway. That right there is this act of symbolic defiance.
Yeah.
And that's what we do. That's what humans do.
Look, I mean, okay, it's for now it's a secret, but you and Todd know that there's a certain person I want to interview.
Yeah.
And everybody would say, Mikey, it's just impossible. You're not going to get an interview with this person. And maybe I won't, but God damn it, I'm going to try anyway. And people could go, well, you're dumb for wasting your time. No, I'm not. Because
you'd be dumb. You would be dumb to take the no and internalize it.
So
that would be.
This is weird. Coming from this perspective, Nance and I are defending the girl in Independence Day with the
on the roof
saying
she's the hero.
She's the hero of the film.
The girl with the sign, "Welcome back, Elvis." She's my hero.
Because she has the fucking guts.
Yep.
To stand open to the other, even if it destroys her.
Yeah.
And that is
that's
Levinasian.
Yeah. That's what I was going to say. That's the Levinasian moment of Independence Day. And that's why she's my hero.
But people who don't get it would go, she's the clown. She's the idiot. And I want to go, she's the most human of them all.
Yeah. Well, and I think it was played for, comedic effect. I think there was some awareness in the writers that they were like, because they develop her character a little bit. You know, we get to know her. We identify with her a little bit. Like, she's not just a random extra. They put time into developing this character, and so we start to sympathize with her.
Well, don't
so
they?
I think
If I remember correctly, that don't they? Isn't she a stripper?
She's a stripper with the kid's mom at the dance club.
Vivica A. Fox. Yeah.
Yeah, Vivica A. Fox is a looker too, dude.
But no, like they.
I mean,
yeah. But
so was the roof lady. Shit.
So, but I think they set her up to kind of be, dumb stripper.
Yeah.
You know, this kind of thing. And no, she's not. She's more of a hero than Will Smith and Jeff Goldblum.
She is, dude. But that's the point. Like, in that is our position. The courage of responding to the call, the courage of entering
engage in
an ethical space.
Exchange.
That's it. Like, that takes courage. It also takes a fair bit of anti-intelligence, we'll call it, or stupidity, or whatever. Like, it takes a willing expenditure and exposure on the part
to break with
of the
cold
person.
Logistics.
Right. And
Coldness
that's
be my God. Well, what about?
That's why I reject ultimately the dark force logic. And I reject that, knowing that it's probably stupid, and will probably, if we rejected it socially, we would probably die. Like, the computers would wake up and kill us, or the aliens would come down and kill us, or the dolphins would grow legs and kill us.
Isn't that a beautiful death, though?
I think so. And I think that's why we're humans, because we can choose the beautiful death. I am, choosing my own ultimate fucking end.
I just don't want to be not even a person. I don't want to be the type of being whose first impulse is to grab the gun.
Right. Exactly. And that's a very
I'm not opposed to having one, but I don't want that to be the first impulse.
No, that's a very mechanistic, very cold, very inframed world. It's a paranoid world. And I think the world we live in today, like, not in our books and not in our fantasies about aliens and robots, but the real world we live in is becoming more and more paranoid. People are becoming convinced more and more of this kind of dark forest attunement to the other. Everyone is jealous of their resources and jealous of their symbolic position, and they are afraid, and they don't want to be duped, and they don't want to be seen to be foolish or lacking in some way. Like, we have to find a way to break
concrete
through.
America feels like this half the time.
That's the thing. Like, we are, like, we're losing.
Suburbia used to be, you go outside and everybody knew each other and everybody gathered in the street and communicated. And now it's like we all hide from each other in our houses. It's a completely different vibe in suburbia.
When I go check my mail and there's someone else out on the street, you can feel like we're avoiding each other. We're avoiding each other.
And this is so radically different than our parents and grandparents.
Dude. Like, and I actually talked to both of my neighbors reasonably often. I don't know, a few times a week each. But, like, it took a while to warm up.
Much more of an
getting
effort.
Home. Yeah. You get home, they're outside, you're walking by, whatever, you wave, you nod, whatever. And it's just really cold and automatic. And it takes iterative attempts. And with this guy on this side of me, it took his kids constantly throwing his ball over my yard. And then, like, that's finally what broke it down. But even, like, the constant attempts of, like, hey, how you doing? Hey, what's up? What's going on? He's got a Corvette. Hey, nice Corvette. Like, the constant over and over. But yeah, dude, being a kid, everybody was outside. Everybody knew everybody.
Like, and people were welcoming. And
grocery
look, I told
shopping?
you remember when I was off for vacation during Christmas, one of the neighbor kids down the street, he and his brother got a drone for Christmas, and they were flying it around, and it accidentally landed on my roof in the most inconvenient spot. And their mom, who I've never had a conversation with because they moved on the street, I don't know, 6 months ago, and they're like 4 or 5 houses down. So yeah, at this point, like, you don't know your neighbors
Yep.
like that. And so I could tell, like, when she knocked on the door, she was so nervous and hesitant
Dude.
to knock on the door. But then, yeah, sure, she was like, my boyfriend said he's gonna try to figure out how to. I'm like, whatever I can do to help, just let me know. I mean, I don't have a ladder right now, but but a couple days later, two of my childhood best friends were over here, and we were like, how do we get this drone down for this kid? We had to figure it out. And so even though once we got it down, I was still nervous to go down there and just
Yep.
knock on the door, even though I'd
Yep.
already met her. And I'm sitting there going, why? I've lived on this street my entire life.
Yep.
We already met her. But there's the weird, like, the objective dynamics of the situation are so different.
Yep.
And I'm like, look, I guess I'm like, oh, well, I'm big and I come off as intimidating a lot of the time. I could be smiling and I still will
Yeah,
come
and then you
off
look
as a certain way.
scary,
I
dude.
know, right? And it's just like, so no matter how nice I am, I still, like, it feels weird. Like you don't go knock on your neighbor's door. You know what the thing that
Yep.
drives everybody? Okay, so there is a point of solidarity that has started to emerge on my block, right? And you've been on my block. It's a cul-de-sac. And so half the people I've known my whole life because they've been here forever. The other half is all new. But this is funny. It's almost like solidarity around a universal lack, if you want to say it. Like, lack of not knowing how to get rid of this issue. For whatever fucking reason, Google sends out people that go door to door trying to get you to sign up for their service. And I'm like, you guys
Oh,
didn't get the
Google
memo.
Fi?
This door to door shit doesn't fucking work anymore. You piss people the fuck off knocking on their doors doing this shit.
Dude.
And so one day the guy was going around and everybody was, it was on Christmas break. So I knew this dude was going to come over and, yeah. And then he left and then a couple of us were outside, taking our trash out or whatever. And we start talking about it. And then a couple more joined in and we're like, what are they doing? Like, this is not the 1950s. Don't send,
Yeah,
like, do
dude.
you think any of us want this? Like, and
Dude, it's
so
crazy. I
we
love
had a
answering
little
my
bit of
door.
solidarity around our annoyance there.
I love it when it's because there's so many salesmen out here. Solar panels, windows, landscapers. Are you going to refinance your house? Take out a seventh mortgage. Like we have a shitload of door-to-door salesmen all the time. Mormons, Jehovah's Witnesses, they're all up. I love it, dude. Because it's awkward. And you can tell that they are mentally preparing to knock or hit the doorbell and then fuck off before anyone answers. So I love it when I'm home and I get there in time and I can open the door and I just like, hey, how you doing? No, I'm not interested, but how are you? Like, no, I'm not buying anything. No, I'm not buying windows, solar panels. I won't buy any of that. But hey, yeah, nice to see. Like, I love that. I answer fucking spam phone calls all the time too.
Do you
And
really?
yeah, a lot of the time they're just robots now. But like for a while it was, third world call center workers. And I'd be like, yeah, no, not interested. Okay, bye. Have a good day. Like, don't work
What's your
too
favorite
hard.
color?
Yeah, like just trying to present, I don't know, to re-inject some humanness back into the world. But it is like it's fucking weird going grocery shopping. Like the people who want to engage are seen as fucking crazy. Like you'll see it if you go grocery shopping. Everyone has their headphones in. Everyone's just kind of focused on their self-contained world.
Mm-hmm.
And when there are people who want to break through and talk, people will like look at each other and make eye contact and shrug or whatever and be like, they're fucking crazy. Why did they want to talk? They're fucking insane. Like,
well, one of Todd McGowan's main points he's always making is that part of what's going on right now is the withering away of public space. And that
yeah.
even when we're in public, it's our own private space.
Yep.
And it is. And
Yep.
some of it has to do with like the loss of robust third spaces.
That's a
But
huge part of it because it like
I think that leads more to a dark forest dynamic.
it absolutely does. And that's the thing. And I think
Dark forest
think
says this space is not ours.
Yeah.
I have to, it's mine or it's yours.
Yeah. We're in competition for this space.
For this space. Whereas a collective space goes, no, this is our space.
Well, the dark forest is it's a restricted economy. And it's like, no, I shift. I see the general economy. Like I want to live in a world where we can actually coexist. I don't want to live in a world where
Hobbesians. We're Rousseauians who know that there's a Hobbesian dynamic we're always up against. Yeah. But it's not just Hobbesian.
And you have to take it seriously. And it does present a real risk. And there are people, I mean, fuck, when I was a kid, I got fucking jacked at 3 a.m. A dude pulled out a Mac 11 on me, took my wallet, took my buddy's dog. Like I was scared shitless, dude. I think that's maybe the only time I've been jacked, but like, no, that shit happens. Like sometimes people hurt other people intentionally. So like, yeah, but also like after I got jacked, I walked around like anxious all the time. And I was afraid, and walking around at night, I was like, oh, what if that guy's coming to get me? What if that guy's coming to get me? And eventually I had to be like, this is not a way to go through life. Like that's a paranoid existence.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a painful fucking existence. Paranoia is this toxic fucking attunement that is rotting the world from the inside out. And like, it makes sense to be paranoid because it is getting harder and harder to have your basic needs seen to today. Like our material conditions are just getting worse and worse and worse. So I don't blame people for being paranoid.
But stupid bravery is a possibility.
Right. Right.
So, well, this has been awesome. I love this essay. I'm going to, constantly be thinking in terms of it from here on out. I definitely want to read the fuller argument in the book.
Yep.
So yeah, but I've loved it. If by any chance Bogna sees this, we loved your essay. We're super interested in your work, and we would love to have a conversation with you at some point in the future. But Nance, any final thoughts on this?
No, I think it is a valid question to be asking. It's a valid point to be bringing up. And I think it's something we have to tarry with, and we have to find some kind of way to make it to the other side of this. Yeah, this fucking essay was great. I loved the references. She referenced Peter Watt's Blind Sight. That's an excellent book. If you have free time, read that book. Although I kind of disagree with that book because it has a really pessimistic view. Same thing with the Remembrance of Earth's Future or The Dark Forest. That's a great book series. If you have the time, feel free to read it. Though I ultimately reject its ultimate conclusion. She referenced Stanislaw Lem. She referenced Marvin Minsky. Like, yeah, it was an excellent essay. And I think if anything coming out of it, I think it's given me more clarity on like what it is that I think separates us from machines. And it's this, this anti-intelligence or this stupidity.
And to boil it down to like the simplest point that I will just constantly be thinking in terms of is when it comes to AI, what are the roles of self-preservation and deception?
Yeah. Yep.
How do those factor in to the equation? And so when somebody points something out and then you can never unsee it, or you are constantly, that's somebody truly influencing you. And so I already feel deeply influenced by this. Because it's just going to constantly be part of the broader context of AI for me.
Please don't kill us, machines.
Yeah.
Please don't turn into angry crabs and squish us with your clippers.
Come get drunk with us and
yeah.
exchange Exchange war stories.
Let's get fucked up and just talk shit. What's that movie with
Play some decadence,
Wolverine?
guys.
What's that movie with Wolverine? Real Steel. Have you
Real
seen Real
Steel?
Steel? Where Hugh Jackman is like a pilot for like a giant rock'em sock'em robot.
I never
Like-
saw that movie. I remember the trailer.
Yeah, it was fucking stupid. But I just pictured like sitting down on a couch, getting fucked up with a giant rock'em sock'em robot. Like,
I just want to
Just
live in a
telling
world where
stories.
there is, an actual AGI who can sit there and have fun watching Deadpool and Wolverine with me.
dude, AGI, give me a new body.
Hook
Like,
us up.
give me money.
Give me money. I told you the first time I ever played around with ChatGPT, the first question I asked it is, can you give me enough money to never have to work another day in my life? And sadly, it couldn't.
No, I cannot do that for you.
No, I don't have the ability to transfer money to your bank account. I'm sitting there going,
Motherfucker.
well, can you learn how?
No, I'm sorry. I'm just a large language model. I cannot do that.
And so, but one day,
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's people using it for like fractional fucking trading and shit. And there's people getting rich off it for sure. But it's
Will
not
that
us.
trickle
It's a big
down?
club and you ain't in it.
will the money trickle down or will it just keep being the piss that trickles down?
Yeah, that's fucking they're pissing on our backs and telling us they're enriching us. That's
tell
not
you what,
piss.
though-
That's money.
Our stubborn courage is that we're not going to run and hide.
Yeah. No, I think at the end of the day, what's the girl's name from Independence Day?
I remember seeing she's in
Independence Day.
something. She's in another movie from around that time, I think.
Yeah, she was in quite a bit. She looked like that Veruca girl, but she's not that Veruca girl.
Now we're gonna be putting her in our thumbnails. 'cause
She's
now
going
a
in the
symbol.
thumbnail for sure, dude.
She's a symbol now.
What the fuck? Where is she? They don't even list her on the damn
Oh, that's bullshit.
website.
That's they have to. That's
Lisa Starr.
Lisa Starr. Okay.
Yep, that's her. The character's name is Tiffany. So in a world full of Will Smiths, be a Lisa Starr. That's the injunction from this.
Or
episode.
a world of Jeff Goldblum's.
Or a Jeff Goldblum's. Yeah.
Life finds a way.
That's what I'm saying, dude. He's also the villain of Jurassic Park.
Oh man. Well, this has been awesome. I mean, we've got all kinds of interviews that we hope to get to in the near future if we make it out of it.
Yep.
Uh
Yep.
and lots of more exegeses and other ideas for videos. And so stay tuned. Same bat time, same bat channel.
Yep.
Over and out.